Hello, y'all. How's it going? Multi-grab. That's not it. Hello, y'all. How you doing? It is Wednesday. Kind of an unusual day for it. Originally wanted to do this yesterday, but wasn't feeling as good yesterday. I'm still a little sniffly, I guess. For what it's worth. Wasn't feeling as hot yesterday, so decided to take a sick day and also delay the stream from Tuesday to Wednesday. It's no big deal. Anyway, what this is, it's a Mario making stream. I'm gonna make some Mario. In particular, this here is my last level of my super world, the final level of my super world, and I've been sort of building it a little bit here and there. And you can see here I got like one screen that I kind of really like, but after this I kind of just got a lot of stray ideas that aren't really coming together yet. A bunch of ideas that aren't quite coming together yet, and I'll show these off before as like one of the first things that I do here tonight, but I'm struggling with this a little bit because it's not quite feeling to me like a final level. Not quite feeling like a final level quite yet. And when I have doubts like this, I think the best way to address them, best way to like go about addressing them, fixing them, figuring them out, is to look for inspiration. And that's what we're going to do for a big chunk of this stream. I have on my Switch a good number of other 2D platformers, like Super Mario Bros. U Deluxe, Returns HD, which just came out, 3D World. This is a 3D World level, so I think we should probably look at the 3D World stuff. We're gonna look at the last levels, the final levels of a bunch of other platformers. I got the Super Nintendo Entertainment System Online. That'll account for a bunch. I got a bunch here that we can jump to, and we'll sort of look at them and try to draw inspiration from them. Try to understand, like, what makes them work as final levels, and how we can go about, like, with this level here, what direction I should take this. Couple things to say about this before we get too much into the swing of things. First off, this world of my super world is called Bonus Biome, so it's sort of more of a lost world. Whereas like the Koopaverse, the world before, the 7th world, that's sort of more the actual final world in like the DKC2 sense. It's sort of a lost world. It's sort of a lost world. Is sort of the idea of this whole world. So I want to look at some levels that are the last levels chronologically. I mean, like main line, and I also want to look at final levels that are like, you know, secret final levels. That said, there is a type of final level that this level will not be. That is the traditional the modern style of world, right? Yeah, Nightmare Boss. Yeah, right. I remember something like that. We'll see it when we get through your Super World, Bowser. Have we already seen your boss? We might have already seen your final boss, Lord Bowser. That's in viewer levels, though. What was I saying? There's a type of level this will not be, which is the marathon level. The type of level where it's like, oh, it's a big final sprint where there's no checkpoints, fewer power-ups, and just a smorgasbord of previously used ideas from the super world. That's not what this is going to be. That's not the kind of not the kind of final level I want to be looking at. So like bear that in mind, right? Like we're not some of the levels that I can think of, like say Mario Wonder's final secret levels. That's not what we want to be pulling from directly in that way. We can still look at those, but bear in mind, this is not going to be like, oh, here's a segment where it's all about the all about the donut blocks. Here's a segment that's all about the bloopers. Here's a segment where it's all Hammer Bros for a minute. Like, no. Not gonna be like that. Not gonna be like that. Mario Wonder is your favorite? Among the Mario games, Super Mario Maker 2 aside, I would say yes. Of course, there are a lot of other platformers that I love, and perhaps would say I loved even more. But, that's neither here nor there. Regardless of how much I love them, we're gonna look to those games, and we're gonna try to find, inspiration. Some people say it's better than most 2D Mario games. Oh, I'd say that. I would say that, yes. Of Wonder? Absolutely. I would also say that Tropical Freeze is better than it. Though it doesn't quite have the same, like, chutzpah. It doesn't quite swing quite as hard. Like, Tropical Freeze is great, but it doesn't swing for the fences, you know? It doesn't really, like, have a, it doesn't really have anything that, like, super impresses when you just watch the trailer, you know? Like, when you watch the trailer of Wonder, it's like, oh my god, there's a million different ideas in here. Holy shit. Tropical Freeze is wonderful, but it can't quite match that, first impression-wise. During the last stream, which was Wind Waker HD, I did hit upon a thought, which is that they should not only bring back Animal Buddies, they should just, like, go full Mario Wonder with it. Full, like, it would be great if Donkey Kong Country or an indie Donkey Kong Country were to, go whole hog and be like, yeah, there's Animal Buddies are back. Not just Animal Buddies are back, there's, like, 20 Animal Buddies in this game, and they all have unique gameplay. That would be like an everyone is here style reveal. If like DKC did that, and they were like, here's Rambi, here's Ungard, here's Squidder, here's, thank you for the 1 bit. Thank you. Thank you for another bit. Thank you. That alert will be, these alerts will be like staggered, one at a time. If another one was like, if the trailer went on from there, like, here's Winky, here's Rattly, here's every Animal Buddy in the whole fucking franchise, and then like 10 new ones, all in addition, like, that would be, I think people would be interested. I know who you are, Luigi. You have the same name on Twitch as in YouTube. All right, that's the introduction. Jeez. That's the introduction. Let's look at this level now, see where we stand on it. So this is Playroom Palace and Playtime Palace. You need to have like access to those emotes before you can use them. That's how Twitch emotes work. They're like for pay or for you can use channel points to get them sometimes as well. So basically, we got these bullies. I want to have them be used to cross like spike gaps. I have this idea of using boxes and ground pounding them to like get down to lower levels, and also some ideas based around like it'd be nice to like hit an on-off and like drop through some bullshit. I like this idea right here, which is that it'd be cool to have some parts where you're bouncing on these guys who are going around some spiky business. I think that'd be real neat. Here's another idea that I have. Yeah, I saw that announcement. That was like over a week ago, the Switch 2. Which is that I would like there to be enemies that bounce off springs like this. In this case, it actually would make sense to spawn you in like here, so that it goes right over your head before you can jump out. That's just an idea so far. I think it'd be cool to do some on-off business where these spiky platforms became like traversable. I made this bit and I thought it was kind of fun, and then I realized after I made it that it doesn't really work because look here. Duh. Like, that's kind of obvious in retrospect that that's not really a feasible solution, but it's interesting and all, I guess. That's a lot of what I have. I also have a few things over here, like, it'd be cool to have it so that you could go through a gap like that. Whoops! Maybe not like that exactly. And go over like that. Some like routing of the player in interesting ways with these bullies, I think would be neat. That said, like I said up top, I don't feel like this quite feels climactic yet. I don't think this feels climactic. Do you think it'll be called 9 or X Mario Kart? I'm thinking 9. I'm thinking 9 will be what the Mario Kart is called. I don't think it quite feels climactic yet. Part of that is the fact that I decided to make it a toy box level. Toy box is a little harder to make into a final level, I reckon. Here's more prototype. I think they'll still do 9 even though Tour. I mean, did Arcade GX count for one of them? I think Tour is an exception, just like that one would be. I have more work in progress stuff over here where, like, okay, yeah, I built out some more segments, some more basic ideas about how to do it. What's it about putting a climactic sound effect on Mario? I guess I could change the music. Yeah, I could. This could all be like, this could all have, like, the Bowser boss music. That's an idea. That would maybe help. As just like a, let's try that on for size. That's, not bad. So that would be like the... I don't know about using this for the entire level. But it is perhaps a little more final level-y than the alternative. I did have space music for the Space World, right? Or did I not do that? Did I forget to do that for the Space World? I forget. I almost like this for the, That almost sounds better, yeah. You could put a Bill Blaster cover and a sound effect will play as long as it's on screen, it'll play the song. There's an idea, yeah, I could use... One thing I have been considering before we get into inspirations, before we get into other games, is I have considered, like, using, say, get out of sound effects here. Have considered, like, mixing in, like, other types of tiles in addition to the spiky ones, like, oh, there could be some of these. Or, I guess there could be, like, some bullet bills as, like, blocks. And, you know, replace, like, this one with those two. And then some of them could be exposed even, and even... like, further, some of them could be red as well. Could have some red blocks in here. That's interesting thematically. I do have questions about enemy limits. You know, we could run a field of that if I used those willy-nilly, but that's an idea. It's definitely an idea. I could also just put it on Mario. This honestly does sound pretty good for, like, the whole level, and helps a good deal. That's probably the best idea so far, but let's dive into some more of these stages. You can see here we have a bit here where there's just some guys to jump on, and it's kind of cool. Kind of jank, but kind of cool. I could go through additional versions of, like, you know, me messing around with the basic ideas. I have a bunch of brainstorming versions of this level that I have put together just to try to figure out what's what. But, point is, I got ideas. I'm not quite sure where I'm going with them. You know what would help? The, thwomps. Thwomps would be a good, probably good thing to make it feel a little climactic, wouldn't it? Wouldn't it be? You like the 3D world more than the other Mario styles? It's not a matter of me liking it. Oh, one more idea I have for this level is that I think it'd be cool in the second half to offer the player the choice of power-up and make it so that they can get one, and then you'll see here that they'll pass through it a second time later on, and they can get a second one, and then this will take them to later in the level, if that makes sense. Why not put invisible blocks for fun? I don't know, I feel like I used invisible blocks in my last level, so I feel like I'm fixed good as far as invisible blocks go. But I wouldn't use that to trap the player as a troll. That'd be, that's not what I'm looking to do. But this is just an idea to make this, like, make things interesting, you know? And give them, I'm thinking a level of freedom will be a good, like, twist for the level. Good, like, twist for the level. Let me pull back up that one. I meant if you put invisible blocks next to a pipe or before a boss for power-ups. Yeah, I could see that. Next to a pipe. Maybe. Maybe. Ugh. I'll say I'm a little tired. I took a nap before the stream. Was it enough? Let's find out. That's where I'm at with the level so far. Now then, let's go looking for inspiration. I got a bunch of games here, bunch of possibilities. Animal Crossing is not one of them. But, what do y'all want to see first? Does anyone have any ideas? I was sort of thinking Returns HD, brand new game. I have been playing this 3D World? 3D World. People are saying 3D World. Okay. Next, Donkey Kong, though. I'll say in 3D World, let me, how do I do the thing? Let me change the game to be 3D World for now. Might need to adjust the volume. With Bowser's Fury, I don't think there's really anything of a final level in that. I'll say, of 3D World on the Switch, I never actually 100%ed it, so I don't have the crown level open. That's probably way too loud, isn't it? How's that? That good? Let's go like there. I'll say, I never 100%ed this game, and while I did go to some trouble before this stream trying to get some games up to 100%, I wasn't able to do that here, so I didn't unlock the Crown World, which apparently has the final level, but I did do a little bit here, and did get this Boss Blitz unlocked. Oh, I guess it's a Boss Blitz. Yeah, I got World Flower unlocked. That's the latest I got here. And we can also look at the, like, Bowser final level, if that's alright. Let's start with the final level of, Bowser's World. Yeah, I think I haven't gotten Champion's Road. That's the one that I haven't gotten unlocked, unfortunately. But I can do... I mean, I guess I could, if you wouldn't mind waiting a minute for me to go grab my Wii U copy. I can... I kind of wanted to avoid having to switch to Wii U, but, you know, it would be perhaps good to see it. I'll say I think Champions Road is one of the kinds of final levels that I'm not necessarily looking for inspiration, because it's more of a marathon type. It's more of a here's a bunch of ideas from previously in the game type deal. But you know, if I had access to it, I would absolutely include it. This is off to a good start here. I just died on the first. It's not even really a jump. It's just on the part that's practically a cutscene. Water is goated. Y'all aren't saying that in chat, but you should do. Water is great. Well, I'm playing as Mario right now, but I don't know. I feel like I mostly played as Mario. It's been a while since I played 3D World. I feel like, you know, just based on when I got the re-release, I mostly focused on Bowser's Fury. Bowser's Fury. Side note, it would be lovely to do a full replay, 100% style, of Bowser's Fury sometime. I should definitely do that at some point, eventually. Not tonight. Okay, so we got some bullies here, by the way, hey. Some cool moving business. This is an actual goddamn level. I like it. H2O's most commonly known. Yeah, was watching a video about the discovery of, I watched one of those videos about, like, how H2O was discovered, you know, the chemical composition of it, the other day. Hard to imagine not knowing what H2O was, but, that's how they were for a while. Why doesn't Mario Maker 2 have 3D side-scrolling? I don't know. I feel like this kind of level would be easier to do in, like, a Mario Maker than 64 style, but I'm pretty sure Mario Builder 64 is more like hey, it's the music that we can play for Final Boss style. Hey, what do you know? I guess it is worth noting that this isn't the castle, so, you know, us not doing this as a castle level isn't necessarily a deal breaker. Another thing to note is it is an auto-scroller. Auto-scrolling can make things more climactic. The use of clouds is cool. Maybe we could put in some clouds as, like, maybe clouds could add some nice semi-solids as, like, I don't know, a bit of flavor. They also move, the clouds do, so that's fun as well. Too bad. You do hear it in Mario Maker a bit. Odd, this level apparently doesn't have any checkpoints, but whatever. We just have to be better. I would have thought that would have had a power-up, but it doesn't. Fire, I feel like, is going to be a big obvious thing that makes a final level. So, you know, you can see in the final level that I already had, like, or that I've been working on, I have tried putting in some potobos. That is sort of the direction I have been going, and, you know, seeing some fire rain from the sky makes me feel pretty good about that. I could do something like Lord Bowser does, where it's like, oh, there's some Bowsers above the play space and they're raining down fire on you randomly. Or I could add some Chardvards. Where do you see Chardvards in this game? I know they're from this game, but I don't know, like, where exactly Chardvards actually get like some play. Another thought, have I given thought to the subworld being vertical? The subworld could be vertical, and you know, it could be built around like climbing upwards, one level at a time. That would make it less dangerous. And also, since the last level already was a auto-scroller vertical style, it probably would be too soon to do another vertical auto-scroller. For my superworld in particular, it just would be, not right! God damn you, Bowser. You stop that. You played similar finale levels in Super Mario Maker 2? I mean, yeah, people do finale levels. There's been a good number of them. Interesting using a POW block like that as like the hit for, you know, clear out the boss. I have been thinking that this will not be like the other final Bowser fight where in my 7-5, Bowser was just like many Meowsers. Bowser was more of a final fight where it was like a knockout dragout thing. I suppose I could put in a POW that let you kill him, or I could just do the classic flagpole thing, and just have it so that you get the flagpole. Man, this just feels a lot like a theme park. I guess it's supposed to do, but like, you know, that sort of thing would not be out of place in a theme park. It's very much like the end of Jurassic Park River Adventure, with the T-Rex coming out of the wall, threatening you. Phase 2, that's right. Why is it a theme park? That's just the theme of this world, of this game's like finale. I mean, I think it is more interesting for being different, and not just being a traditional castle. But you can also see it has some traditional like gray bricks in addition to like the more colorful malarkey. There's just some gray bricks sort of like filling in the gaps. We could absolutely have some gray brick towers in the midst of everything. Thank you for the 5 bits. I appreciate it. Look at that, he's flying off. Can we skip the cutscene? So this one, to be a final level, it uses some auto-scrolling stuff to make it so that the boss fight lasts, and that it's mostly like platforming whilst dealing with an unaccountable enemy. The end. That's the ending. This is probably faster than letting the cutscene play out. You must be able to skip that, right? Sprixies aren't in there, that's correct, no.
Super Mario 3D World.
I mean, there is a clear, I think, some stuff to take away from it, right? Like, climactic, climax, boss blitz time.
Let's go.
A climactic level like that, sort of, this one is interesting insofar as it's like it's sort of structured like a red coin level where you have like 5 different things and you can do them in any order. Also, does it not give us a power-up? Hello?
Oh no.
Well, that's obviously not what you do. There's not like a hidden power-up or nothing? you know, man can hope. Man can dream. More of a boss rush than anything, which I guess, you know, I don't know we need to do this one considering it's probably very challenging. To get through all these on just like a mushroom or whatever. The thing we can take away from this is that a couple of mini-bosses would make it feel more climactic. I don't tend to do mini-bosses in a lot of my levels, but if I did do a mini-boss right here, right now, that would be... You know, that would be dramatic and cool. Are you going to show me your asshole? Thank you. How's the cold weather for you been? I haven't really gone outside, that much. No, like I said, I was sick yesterday, which was my work from office day, so I didn't go into the office. And you can see here, yeah, it's a red situation. It snowed for you? Apparently, according to my watch, it is 36 degrees outside, so... Also, it didn't rain or snow, so... Wasn't another, more snow situation. I was only a little sick, Sore throat, a little bit of, stomach stuff. All in all, just, moderately under the weather, I guess. Yeah, I'm feeling better. Putting in a boom boom or two probably wouldn't hurt. Having some boom booms to, like, you know, be some tough customers to deal with. Maybe even a boom boom... A boom boom that you have to defeat to go to the next area would perhaps be, smart. Okay. I can't jump on guys who are biting. Sorry, video game. I also can't... Oh, okay. Oh, I can't jump into their mouths, but I can jump into them. If I have the, so long as they're not facing me. I'll say it is nice getting a power-up, considering... I'm sorry, I attacked his wife. Giant Goombas and, flying Koopas. That wouldn't be a bad idea, you know, that would, Big enemies is a good, way to amp up the danger. There we go, we got another hit on him. This 3 hits of each. You're studying genetics, great. That's a good thing to study, probably. I don't really know what's a good thing to study right now, considering that, like, you know, the economy is in the toilets, and, like, by the time anyone now is graduating, they'd be, like, dealing with a world touched by AI. I mean, how many... There's gonna be companies trying to replace all their bullshit with as much, like, AI nonsense as possible, and, if ever it gets, like, 90% better, which, you know, actually is a lot, 90%. So, like, don't count on it or nothing, but... You know, is a possibility. Why is the economy in the toilets? Well, stay tuned, I guess, for economy situation. There's gonna be some tariffs going into place like a week from now, so that'll be fun. And well, if you think that'll help,
Oh no!
yeah, I don't know. And also, you gotta worry about like the long-term effects of like that's a really hard boss. Let's not. I feel like we got a good idea about what that boss's deal is. Remember Shiny Hunter? Yes, I know Shiny Hunter. The YouTube viewer. Friend of yours, right? That's sick. That's very cool. I'll say I don't have a ton of optimism for like, you know, what things are gonna look like in the future, and also from my understanding, like the job market for new graduates is currently terrible. This is not a boss in Mario Maker 2, no. It'd be cool if it was. Now that one's like 100 times easier than the last one. What the hell? Where'd he get the green stars from in here? Not sure where I got the first one of those, considering I've just been playing the game. Oh, this is just another Boom Boom? Weird, I thought I already fought a Boom Boom. And it was like in a different one. I assume that after you beat all 5 of these, there's actually another layer. There's another set of these bosses, because, you know, these 5 are clearly not the only ones in the game. Oh, maybe the last one was Pom Pom. Maybe the last one was Pom Pom. That makes sense. I mean, I'll say I haven't had Pom Pom in my Super World, so slipping in a little Pom Pom. Too bad. Too bad. Too bad. Slipping in a little Pom Pom would make sense. Magikoopa. Can you get Magikoopa in 3D World? That wouldn't be a bad enemy to have just for their annoying projectiles. That's enough of that one. That's enough of that one. I don't know I can realistically get through it right just now. We can try like one more of these. How about the penultimate level really fast? I did this yesterday. This might have low-key more ideas for my level than the other 2, considering that this level is sort of an interesting one. It's one based around these spikes that turn on when the spotlight sees you, and some other spike block business. Try out 1-1 if it helps. What, 1-1 of this game? I don't know that 1-1 would have much to offer for like last level analysis, but I'll say, you know, if it helps, I will look at more levels.
Oh no!
This stuff is interesting with the like spikes that are going across in a wave. This reminds me of like this reminds me of levels where there's like a fire bar spinners, right? And the way that they work is they sort of go, one of them passes, you know, like a wave. You know those levels in Mario Maker when people do that. But also, it's you know, a good point of reference for, like, how to use some spike block bullshit. And stuff like that. How to make that dangerous. I'll say, an interesting thing about this is that, spike blocks in particular, is that the first level of my super world uses the yellow blocks as, like, its equivalent of a pit. So as to make a less, like, stringent pit situation. You know what I mean? If that makes sense. Like, it's, so that in the case of the 1-1, the first level, it's a bunch of pits that are less dangerous. Whereas in the case here of, like, one of the final levels, the same thing can be used to create, like, safe zones that are not so safe. I guess it really depends on, like, how you use the spike fields. In this case, in particular, the spike field is used for a place where you have to cross over it, and you have... it's your safe ground. Whereas, like, if you use the same thing as, like, the unsafe ground, you know, like the equivalent of a pit, for instance, the same ground can be, like, a less threatening alternative to, like, a pit. It just depends on, like, how you work it. In this case, it's interesting because you have to sort of do some survival whilst on... because of the nature of these platforms, you have to do survival by, like, jumping over, sort of like, jump rope, sort of. Cool as hell. We need ice bros like fire bros? Yeah, that'd be cool. And boomerang bros. Are there boomerang bros in Mario Maker 2? I don't think so, right? There should be. More bro types, I think, would be lovely. Nope, nope. Anyway, I thought that level was sort of relevant. Let's I think that's gonna do it for a 3D world. Though we can look at Bowser's Fury, maybe. Is there a final level in Bowser's Fury? Is there a final level in Bowser's Fury? I mean, I love Bowser's Fury, and I feel like it's, I'll say, I feel like Bowser's Fury could really teach you how to take, like, a small game, you know, not that many levels, and make it feel bigger. One of the coolest things I think it does is it, like, takes its older levels and, like, changes up all the enemies and turns them into new levels later on. And, that's just neat as hell, and, I feel like a 2D platformer that did that would, like, you know, maybe have something to say. I think it would have good chances of being a success. I say, you know. One thing I always think about with 2D platformers is like, Tropical Freeze, right? I love Tropical Freeze, but, unfortunately it wasn't a huge success, despite being about as good as a platformer can be. And I gotta wonder, like, what do you gotta do to be a kick-ass, successful DKC-style platformer these days? And I reckon, you know, going heavy and hard is a big part of it, you know? What is the last level here? I guess it would be like Mount Magma or Hype Path Tower. None of these are, like, quite super climactic. It's like 3D World without the level system. I guess Mount Magma. I guess this is also the only time that we've had have Bowser Jr. as like a buddy, as like your friend. Maybe in some of the later day Paper Marios that aren't very good, and I don't like them, and I didn't buy them because Sticker Star was atrocious. You know, I guess a weird thing to say. I don't really like this one as a good example of the of like a finale level. It's too platform level-y. What about the one where, this one, Rolling Roller Isle? This one I feel like is a bit more climactic. Let's call this one, I don't know, I feel like the correct answer is there is no final level of this game. So, like, it's pointless to even... And like, the final level is like anyone that you would make it when Bowser appears. Which I guess you could say, like, okay, you want something with final level vibes? Make it chaotic. Get some Chargevards. Get some like, Meowsers. Get some, like, chaos to really, like, push players to their limits. I am always worried about that as far as, like, nailing the difficulty of it, you know. A little bit reticent to go, like, super duper duper hard. I like the way this level just, has all these rolling business. 3D World is a weird one because so many of the objectives are, like, more like 3D 64 style, where it's like, okay, it's the same level. We've mixed it up some. And also now there's a new goal the rest of the time where it's like, okay, play with the cats. Or, do a thing. Find a secret doodle. Get all the coins. Now, this is the final level of the game, really. When when Bowser, Fury Bowser shows up and makes it rain all hardcore heavy. I forgot that final Bowser's Fury Bowser has white hair. That's cool. Are there even, like, moons to still collect anymore to get them to go away? I don't think that there are, really. I could go become big and, like, fight him. I don't know that really, like, helps us that much. Other than to say, like... Do you know using Bowser's emoji spawns Bowser Fury anytime? Yeah, I have the amiibo. I have that amiibo. I've used it before. If ever I do a full 100% playthrough of it on stream, of this game on stream, I will definitely use the amiibo to shortcut things. Amiibo, not emoji. Yeah, I figured that out. I knew what you meant. There's not really a final level here to really see, so let's move on. The weird thing about Bowser's Fury is there is none, which I'll say I feel like if there was a final level that unlocked at 100%, that would be rad, or at like 90 thingamajigs. That's right. Now it's time for Donkey Kong Country Returns HD. Whereas Mario Maker Wii U lets you use Amiibo, Mario Maker 2 does not. I don't mind that. I don't mind that myself. I'll say I've been going through this last week since it came out. I have gotten now everything pretty much in the game other than the time trials. Is there a hard mode? I think there's a hard mode that unlocks, like, when you finish off this last level here. Like, if I show the level summary here, you can see I've gotten all the puzzle pieces, all the levels, everything except for Golden Temple 99, and a couple of the time trials, but not really that many. I'm sure I did this on the Wii U, or on the Wii back in the day, for what it's worth. It's not like I haven't done this all before. Well, I don't think I've ever done the Cloud Gateway extra levels all in full. I'll say of 3D, not 3D, of Returns HD, I think it's mostly gonna go to bed. Good night, Luigi. I'll say it mostly has the same problems that the original game does, like not giving you Diddy Kong enough, having a lot of sequences where it doesn't give you Diddy Kong, the minecart levels where you die in one hit, that's a bad design decision right there. I don't know why they made that, considering the original games. You had 2 hits when you were in minecart levels. Horrible, horrible. What else? Puzzle pieces. I think they can be a little annoying to get. Oftentimes they're arbitrarily hidden, you know, in ways that aren't done anywhere else in the game. And oftentimes by doing things that you don't get a puzzle piece anywhere else. Like, oh, these random 3 enemies, you kill them all, and then you get a puzzle piece. And it's like, okay, but not those 3 enemies right there that I already killed intentionally. You know, collect these bananas, but not these ones. I feel like a lot of this would be fixed if they did something like, I don't know, make the bananas that reward you with a puzzle piece green or something. You know, mark the enemies that are part of a bonus gimmick with a appropriate color. I'll also say I went through this whole extra world, and I found it to be surprisingly alright. I was kind of like underwhelmed the first time I went through these, and kind of thought like, well, they don't got anything on the original levels, but in retrospect, they're fine. They have unique gimmicks to them. They're like well made, they're reasonably fun, and you know, puzzle pieces about par. In some cases, you will have to figure out that, I'm also gonna give myself a DK barrel here because you don't start with one. I'll give myself 5, and I'll say, I'll only use one at the start of a level, because, this level pulls one of the games like, oh, I already had Diddy Kong, okay. Pulls one of the games like Biggest Sins, which is not giving you Diddy Kong at the start of a level when you respawn off of death. Kind of annoying, considering that there's really no reason to do it, and that if you just, like, pay currency, you can always have... Diddy Kong. We're gonna start here with the final finale level. And let me just be clear here. I will only use these DK heads when I super need them. Or like if I'm respawning. I'll say, replaying this game and wanting to get it all done in time for the thing, I have been a little bit loosey-goosey on that and just been like, you know what, this level doesn't give me Diddy Kong, fuck it. I'm just gonna go in here with a bunch and, you know, no point in letting a perfectly good try go to waste if I have a Diddy barrel on me, but let's try to use our skill to get through in one go. I would really like to get the puzzle pieces as I go, considering that they're, considering that I have gotten all the rest of them in the rest of the game, but... You know, one of the weird things about this game is that if you want to get puzzle pieces, it's like, oh, I gotta check every nook and cranny, I gotta kill every enemy. These guys, I can't just ignore them and move on, I gotta be like... Here we go. Here you go. One thing that's like notable of this level, as you can see, there are a lot of platforms that are like really small and fiddly. as well as platforms to self-destruct. A very fun, gimmick for this final level. This level also maybe can teach us a little bit about, like, how to do a more lighthearted level. Insofar as, like, you know, my final level will be a toy box level. Shit! Second try is the charm. Okay, let's just play the level. It's time to just, power through. My next level will be a toy box level, so it does kind of align with this, where, you know, a bunch of silly junk would be a good choice for it, if that makes sense. You should be able to jump on those fuckers. Kiki Ghost, I guess. Like I said, I'm not going to get myself another one here. Ah. Precarious jumps, tough platforming, low, like, you know, amount of forgiveness. I'll say, part of my idea for my final level is, like I said, having it so that you get, you can get your choice of power-ups. But I'm only thinking 2 of those, like, twice in the level. And also, I'm thinking for the first segment, just the mushroom. And, that'll be, like, the first time that's ever been the case in the Super World. Mushroom only. Don't know what's up with Business Koala. This is incredibly short-sighted to just try to power through, damage boost through them all. But it's probably worth it. Banana time! Is that the end? Is that the end? Yes, I believe that's the end. And you unlock the hard mode like that. Very good. Good shit, good shit. I'll say a really cool thing in the, mirror mode. I forgot it's mirror mode and not hard mode in this. Wait. Donkey Kong doesn't receive help from buddies in mirror mode? Oh, I thought it was like in Tropical Freeze, where the hard mode, you can play as any Kong that you like. You can play as Funky, or Diddy, or Dixie, or Cranky. That's, it'd be cool if you could just play as solo Diddy for mirror mode. Huh. I've forgotten that it was mirror mode and not hard mode in this one. And just the barrels just don't work. Also, it works on 2 hearts per life mode, and they're on the opposite side of the screen as usual. That's pretty weird. Yes, it is true to word. This is another level of the Lost World here that they added. That's right. Koalas were, real fuckers there, but that was what, 3 tries? Couple tries? Let's play a couple more levels here. In particular, I'm thinking the K version of 5 Monkey Trail. I did this in, I'll say, I played this off stream as I do, as you can see, and when I did that, I did it in one try. I mean, I guess this one doesn't give you a Diddy Kong. So, me doing it one try meant that I didn't have to deal with the most bad thing about this level, which is that it doesn't give you a Diddy Kong. This one is one of those, like, trial, like, variety ones where it's like just a series of challenges. I don't want to deal with not having Diddy Kong. Let's go to a different one, actually. Believe me, I did it in one try. Off stream, when I had Diddy Kong. When you have Diddy Kong, it turns out it's a good deal easier. I don't really like having to take Diddy Kong from another level to the current level. It works for Mario, but also in Mario, you're not often taking a mushroom to another level, or just like a basic mushroom. It's more like, oh, I'm just taking my fire flower and my hammer bro suit. Or in this case, it's just like, it's just Diddy Kong. He gives you like a crappy double jump type thing, a crappy hover, and that's all he does. He's not the best power-up in the world, and he should just basically be default, I think. If you're not going to... I think he should be default one, and also you should just always have him in every segment. Let's do Red Hot Rising. The penultimate, level here. I'll say of returns, it's no Tropical Freeze. That's like the main thing I can say. I'll say like it's rough in a variety of ways that Tropical Freeze have alleviated, and in so doing, it makes Tropical Freeze makes this game look a good deal less good and more mid. It's probably realistically, you know, I'd probably say a 4 out of 5 nowadays, but I don't know. There's a good argument for it being like, you know, at the time, in the era, compared to like what games were out at the time, compared to like new Wii U or something, probably more of a 5. Was there no Diddy Kong whatsoever in this level? That sucks. Oh, and the music kind of sucks as well. What can be learned from this level? Platforms form before you, and you have a limited amount of time to, like, traverse down them. There's, like, a lot of, like, small enemies to avoid. You could do something like this with Potobos pretty easily, for a similar effect there. There's moving junk, which, you know, adds to the danger of, like, the lava that is down below, which, by the way, moves so slowly, it's realistically not going to be a threat. That was shit. One thing I don't like about the Tropical Freeze Returns model of Donkey Kong is that when you roll through enemies, that doesn't refresh your roll, like in DKC 1, 2, and 3. Instead, it's Diddy Kong that makes you so you can do an infinite roll. Kind of a shitty way to make that work, considering what happens if there's 3 enemies in a row. The earlier games, the original ones, were smart insofar as they were like, oh yeah, just let them continue rolling, and that's actually a feature. That's actually really cool. And DKC2 even, like, put some enemies, like, all in a row in, like, the first or second level to be like, yeah, the second level, the rigging level. God, it's been too long, I don't remember. Top Sail Mayhem, something like that? Top Sail Trouble? Okay, you can space it out and get all of them, 3 of them in one. Point still stands. jumps based around jumping on guys who die after jumping on them. If you fuck up those two, you're dead. Some of these are just ways to make for a difficult level, right? Like, oh, you have less like wiggle room here, right? You have less you're given less leniency to get through. Yeah, David Wise does the music in Tropical Freeze. Part of it, big part of it. Less leniency, more guys flying through the air. Yeah, have you played Woolly World? I can't remember. I don't think I got... I got some of the... I got at least one of those games where Yoshi is a yarn guy. But I don't remember if it was the first one or the second. I think it was the first one. The one that came with the giant amiibo. The one that came with the giant amiibo. Tropical Freeze. It's time for Tropical Freeze's final levels. But I don't think I played the one that was like 3D. I think I played the one that was like 2D. I don't remember. Tropical Freeze. How are we for volume, by the way? I'm gonna put it up a little bit. Game has good music. I'm gonna play as Funky Kong because Funky Kong is the GOAT. He is the best character to play as, most fun character to play as. And also alleviates entirely that whole not starting with the dudes. Alright, so in this one, there's kind of 3 final levels here in its quote-unquote Lost World, and you can do them in either order, so I guess let's start with 7-3, Crazy Clouds. Now, this is a level with a gimmick, based around these, like, flying platforms, these whirlwind things. Well as, they sort of fall after a time. Use the whirlwinds to get up, and, get past through some things. Now that I notice it, that bit where you're falling through spiky balls in the air, kind of very similar to something that I was trying in my Super World. Where like, oh, what if after you hit an on-off, you have to fall between some spiky blocks. Worth noting, that's the sort of thing that makes sense in a final level. Maneuvering in between spiky blocks. You can see here even like bouncing off something that's like, you know, in the perfect place to let you get through a set of spiky blocks. There's actually, low-key, a lot... This has a lot in common with, This low-key has a lot in common with, the level that I'm building towards, now that we're, looking at it. Enemies in midair to jump between. Enemies to jump off, who you'll have a tough time getting by without, though. With Funky Kong, you can't kind of just like, you know, do whatever you want. You have a double jump, as well as some other cool features. This is rad. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo! Hey, we did it in one. How about that? I like that auto-scroller bit a bunch. It kind of makes me think, you know, I've been thinking about the car, and I kind of want to do the car for, like, a final finale bit. Having it so that you had to, like, jump over some stuff like that, as well as, like, go under some stuff with the car, I think would make a lot of sense. And it could even be, like, relatively well-timed, such that, you know, it's like, jump, under, jump. And then, you know, get you to the end without having to turn around. That said, one of the problems with the car is that it guzzles up screen real estate. You know, like, screen real estate can just go by really quickly if you're using the car. I mean, that said, another option would be to have, like, the bottom half of the screen to be devoted to, like, part 1 of the level or, like, an earlier segment of the level, and have part 2 the top dedicated to the car sequence, and have some pretty scary enemies that are, like, there. And then those scary enemies can also, like, rain fire down on the bottom part, you know, if they're, like, Meowser or whatever. I mean, the question I would have to ask is, like, are Meowser... Are they gonna come down to the bottom part and hang out? How does that work? Real concerns there, but... Yeah. Good stuff. Technically, Rocket Rails can also be a final level. Can also be a final level, so let's do that as well. This one is almost more of a variety level, you know? Sort of more of a gauntlet type. Which, I guess I'll say I could consider maybe putting in a little bit more... I guess, you know, if we're thinking about car stuff, this is actually more in line with what the car would be. This part right here. Dang it. Why does Funky Kong... Okay, I'm not gonna say it. No. Can't pull it back. Can't pull it off. Thirst tries to charm. This is kind of a variety level. With, like, the, You know, come to think of it, those fire guys are a lot like the ghost guys from the first, And also that guy is very much like Business Koala. Huh. Never made that connection before. Now, this level doesn't get, like, tough with the enemies. These aren't, like, really threatening levels, and that's threatening enemies, but they're instead, like, goofy enemies, like these flying fish. Who... Come to think of it, do you see them earlier in the game? Like in the water levels and such? You do, don't you? I was expecting it to be a straight shot rather than an arc shot. I should have looked at where the barrel was pointing. I guess something like this is worth thinking about, like, as far as, like, how a final ride feels, how a final segment feels. Maybe should have it so that we're going to the subworld earlier rather than later, so that we can, leave some more space aside in the overworld for, like, the final segment and all that. Bullet mask? That's an idea. Oh, what? Did taking the hit refresh my double jump? That's cool. I didn't know it worked like that, but, I saved my ass right there. Great level. Yeah, Bullet Mask is maybe even a more direct thing for it. The only reason I would go with the car is just because I literally haven't used it in the Super World, and, like, it feels like... One thing I really like with Mario Maker is to try to use everything at least once. And I feel like that's doubly true, like, within the scope of my Super World, right? In this case, it's a level where it's built around platforms that form before you. Which, you know, isn't that dissimilar to, like, the level that I'm building right now, where exclamation point blocks sort of, you know, account for a good deal of the stuff. And those are basically just like, okay, you ground pound through them, and they form a path for you. Said path can't really be as interesting as any of these paths because it'll be like, you know, solids, but I can use spikes to like break up the simplicity of them, I think. If that makes sense, you know? Have it so that spikes are sort of blocking off portions of them from just being directly able to go over them. You know, like in the way that these spikes are making you go over some stuff and under some other stuff. Spikes in... Ugh. This is not a final level. We'll do one more try. Whatever. I'll do one more attempt here. I'll say it's worth noting that this I feel like by the nature of some of these like parts where you're just sort of waiting for the level to happen, it's a little bit of a bummer, right? Like right here, you sort of have no choice but to just stand around and be like, I hope the level happens. One more try after this. You're just sort of waiting for the level to happen, and that's, I feel like that just kills a lot of the momentum in a way that's... This is not my favorite level of the game, I'll just say. And I think definitely the third of the secret world is definitely the best. Cool set pieces. That can be a lot of what makes a level, you know? Like in this place where you're jumping from boulder to boulder as they fall, and also the top of the screen also falls. A little bit abstract, I guess. I don't know. A little bit odd, but not that much, I guess. Ugh. A little sniffly. Don't mind me. Smaller platforms. That's should be like a big takeaway from levels like this. Smaller platforms for some of these final challenges. And spikes. Like really tight spaces to jump through. As a result of these spikes. We can also do Meltdown Mayhem, I guess. This is the penultimate level, the final level of the main progression. I think it's worth a note, worth looking at. This one's a Rambi level, so, you know, gives you a partner, gives you a power-up, and lets you sort of go hog wild with it. I feel like the car is sort of a failure in Mario Maker 2. That's gonna be a difficult thing when trying to make this work, you know? Basically, we're talking about a mechanic that never quite had the appeal it was meant to do. You know, like, the car is no Rambi. It just doesn't feel as good. One thing I like about this level a lot is that, you know, you have a lot of opportunities where you can just charge forward. What's up? That's right, it is Donkey Kong. Hey, Trainer Derek, what's up? Yes, the music is good as well. Music makes a final level to a good degree, I reckon. I'm playing a bunch of, like, final levels in video games to try to find inspiration for my, my last level of my Super World in Mario Maker. So, you know, we're gonna do this one. We got a couple more to do. I'll say after this, we're gonna go back to Mario for a bit. Specifically, maybe not this level, but, you know, after this, this game. In particular, I would like to revisit, I would like to do 3D, not 3D, New You. I spent some time over the last week or so I like how in this one you sort of activate a thing. Fuck! And then it's sort of perfectly set up for you to land on that thing that you activated. I already did a level that was like that in, like, World 3 of my Super World, where, like, you dropped a bomb into the lava, and that made a platform for you. So it's not necessarily a thing that we're going to do in the final level. Also, there's no lava at the bottom of the screen, so it's not really possible to do. But, you know, more food for thought as far as, like, how to handle platforms that form before you. If there were cool ways to trigger said platforms automatically, like, that would be rad. As you, like, charged along or something. A certain cinematic quality can make a last world. One of his poses was just like a butt hit. I ended up stopping on that one for like a half a second there. We can see, like, the last K level, maybe. The last K level of this game. And then, mosey on. Slippery Spines. Feel like you see more and more praise for Tropical Freeze in the wild lately? Yeah, it's fucking great. People should play it. And people should know, you know, I feel like some people, they played Returns and that was like, oh shit, it's Donkey Kong Country back again. But because of the Wii U, because, like, situation, Tropical Freeze maybe passed them by. And as such, like, when they think of, like, okay, what's the best of the retro DKCs, they end up thinking, like, Returns. And it's like, no, no, no. H-Yard. I'm looking for inspiration for my Mario Maker level, so I'm playing a bunch of final level E, DKC levels and things of that nature. And various ones from various games. Including DKC Tropical Freeze. Funky mode fucking rocks. It does. What did I... Yes, I'm aware of this. Yes, funky mode is fucking great. Oh, 06i doesn't like new funky mode. New funky mode is excellent. I love playing as Funky Kong. It's just a lot faster than playing as the other characters, and just lets you even more readily, like, just tear through these levels like no one's business. We have one heart left. We probably should just jump forward really fast, but I can't help myself. Hey, I should bring this this forward. It is a little silly that as Funky Kong, you can just be like, Yeah, I'm just gonna walk on these spikes down here. I'll admit that is silly, but also it's fun, isn't it? It's fun to have that advantage. You could do this with Cranky Kong as well, if you had a lot of skill. Turn around. Turn around. We gotta turn around. One thing I noticed going through returns again that I don't think I picked up on. What am I doing? This is not the way. Is that the bonus games and returns are all like custom skins for, like, you know, the same bonus game and again. Whereas in this one, they're always the same. They're always the K theme. Personally, I think I like. I don't care either way because, you know, the fact is, to me, it's more important that they're like original bonuses, and in both games, they're not original bonuses, so, you know, they still don't get a passing mark from me, regardless of, fuck, we're at the same point we were last time, again with, no wiggle room here. I mean, I guess let's use the, Funky Kong's magical ability. All right. ABGN. Yeah, that's right. We're gonna cheat. ABGN. No, it's not cheating. It's in the game. It's intended. They want you to do this. It's not a cheese. It's intended. I like how this is a K temple from the original game. Where's his Flame Runner bike from? Oh. His Flame Runner bike? You mean his surfboard? It's, he's always had it. Dude's a surfer. Where's his Flame Runner bike at? Oh, like, I guess that's the bike that goes with him in the other games? Funky should have been in Skylanders? Yeah, that would be good. New You Deluxe. New You Deluxe. I'll say, of New You Deluxe, I did spend a good amount of time over the last week or so. You know, last week maybe. Specifically, week before, perhaps. Going through here and getting all the coins so that I could unlock, like, everything. I was doing that. I thought about doing that, like, the other day for this one, and then I realized I was really far off for Luigi. I'll say I did beat Luigi on the Wii U. 100%, I'm sure. So, you know, I've done it before, but I don't want to switch, I don't want to have to switch things. Let's use Mario.
Here we go.
So I got it all unlocked now. And also, I went through the whole Lost World, the Superstar Road, and unlocked the final level here of the bonus of its Lost World, and it's kind of weird. The comments you were responding to on Twitch, that's right, yes, there's Twitch people watching on the other end, Shard, that's correct. The YouTube chat is a little slow today. Don't worry about it. I saw the level was named Follow That Shell, and, well, I didn't play it, not yet, but, what is this? I mean, I guess it's not giving me a power-up, so, you know, jot that down, that's sort of, difficulty, that's sort of difficult-ish. But also, is this just a level where you throw some shells and they do some goofy effects? That's really weird as being the last level of the game. Is this the last level of the game? Real talk, like, if this was, you know, just one of them, I would believe you. I would believe you if you said it was just like, no, 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 there's another one after this, if you get all the coins. That one's really weird. I don't understand. What? Huh? How is that the final level of this game, Star Road? I ask. Also, didn't I get a coin? I thought I got a coin. How come it's no coins? That one's a head scratcher. How about we do the 8th, the Pendulum Castle Superstar Road 8? This is a little more last level-y, I'll say. With how it has, like, some tough enemies who are difficult to deal with. It has, like, moving objects which you can either carefully go around or use skill to bypass skillfully, which I think is a mark of a good level with a high skill cap. In some cases, you have to, like, run across some gaps in order to... Some short gaps in order to, like, make it work. There's some rooms like this that are just, like, ridiculous in a cool, fun way. This is, I think, more what you imagine when you think final level of a last world, of a lost world. Much more in line. Having a hidden star would be a cool touch. I'm just gonna say that right now. A good star as like a secret thing to get would probably be pretty cool and help players like get through a difficult bit. Small thought there. A thing that sort of is a trend in these, like, last levels in modern platformers is that they just don't have checkpoints, right? They are levels without checkpoints, and actually, maybe that's low-key true of, like, Super Mario World as well. I'll say, I am planning... I like checkpoints in my levels. And I do want to have one in my final level. You're gonna make a final level a boss level? Yeah, that makes sense as well. Nice. You are bringing back Mario from the dead. Worth noting, Lord Bowser's Super World is like backward style. Mario is supposedly the antagonist in the kayfabe of the Super World, even though you are playing it as Mario and friends, and that'd be for World 9, which would be like a post-world thing. I guess that's how traditionally in like a Mario Maker, typically how you would do a Lost World, right? Like have it be literally a world that's not in the actual Super World. I would like it to be just in the Super World, though, and that's why I'm making it the actual next level. I'm also very tired and ready for the Super World to be... God damn it! Levels without checkpoints usually hurt my soul. Mine as well. I don't prefer them. And, you know, I feel like in Mario Maker, it's just always a good rule to include a checkpoint. Maybe even 2 if the level is hard enough. Mario Kart 9 in today's discussion points? I mean, it could be. That was announced relatively recently. We still don't know anything about it, and we won't know anything about it until April. I feel like, you know, there's kind of not much to discuss as far as the Switch 2 goes, and there won't be for like several months. I'll say, I've been writing, you know how I do with streams and stuff, right? Like, y'all long-time viewers, you know that I like to have things to talk about going into a stream and come in being like, okay, I got like 10, 20 things. Right now, I have written down like 8 things, you know? For context, last week I had like 20 things to talk about. Admittedly, one of the things is the news, and there's some shocking stuff going on as far as that goes, but like otherwise, I don't know, I feel like it's sort of a slow week. I feel like it's sort of been like a pretty chill time. You know, I don't have anything in particular going on, and you know, I'm fine with that. I think that this week's Friday stream might be relatively short. Might be one of the shorter Friday streams in a while. Hey, Rock Party. Literally, the juiciest thing out of the reveal is the new DK? Yeah, that's true. That's absolutely 100% true. You were in the region with cold weather? Near it. There was a cold snap or whatever, but I've been inside for the last couple days, so I haven't really noticed it. I heard that, south of me, like Houston, got like a bunch of snow. I'm in DFW. Why a short Friday stream? Yeah, just because I have less stuff to talk about. And honestly, I have been thinking it would be nice to have, like, a shorter length Friday stream on occasion. You know, recently we've been going like 4 or 5 hours on the regular. Like a good 2 to 3 hour stream, I think would be nice for Friday. You know, that's what I'm looking for this week. Something like 2 to 3. That's sort of what I'm expecting. I guess we'll see. Maybe something will happen tomorrow, and, you know, we'll have to talk about it. Isn't the Xbox Direct tomorrow? There's like a State of Xbox Play thing tomorrow. I guess that could have something I could want to talk about, I don't know. It's a possibility. 24-hour stream when? I just don't like doing streams that can't be put up on YouTube in one single VOD. YouTube can only go up to 12 hours. So, yeah, 12 hours is all I would do. Also, if it were to happen, it would be when I'm on vacation and not in the middle of the work year. Work year? Work year. Has anyone ever said the word work year? Is that a thing? Work year? I would maybe do longer streams, or at the very least, I wouldn't be afraid to do longer streams if the YouTube allowed for 24-hour type thingamajigs. I could always split it into 2, but I just find that so inelegant. I just find it to be not great. Is this one mostly a boss? I forget, but let's do the final battle real fast, and, you know, maybe we'll move on from there. This one sort of goes to a thing that we've been talking about as far as, like, a possibility that I've been floating, which is like, okay, it's a level where there's stuff coming down unpredictably on you. That's sort of what this is, where Bowser Jr. is threatening you this entire half of the level and forcing you to, like, dodge him. And, crap, I feel like I was out He didn't. Okay, that's fair. He did hit me. I'll admit it. He hit me. He hit me there. There's been a couple. I feel like there's another one of these games that has stuff like this where like the final, all the Koopalings or whatever are like chasing you and doing things. Man stressed out? Yeah. Yeah, I guess. Dying is stressful, generally. Thoughts on the last level of New DS? I've only played that one once, 2 years ago. So, oh god, it's been too long. I don't remember which specific, one that was. Was it like this one? Was that the one where all the Koopalings were, like, all in a clown car and sort of following you? I thought that one was cool. Whichever new game had that. That was a cool way for it to go. There we are. Okay. That's New Super Mario Bros. 2. 2? Okay. That one's not very well regarded, but I guess it had a cool, Was that the one where they were constantly, like, trying to petrify you? That was a cool gimmick. That was a cool gimmick. I'm alive. I'll say I have no plans, nor do I have any, like, setup, such that I could, show, New 2 or DS. That's not on the table for tonight. That would require me to set things up. Or, is one of them on Wii U? But the Wii U eShop is down, and I never bought them on, Wii U, so, you know, I wouldn't be able to do it quite so easily. Fuck. That's the boss you want to remake? Bowser section with the lifts and Bowser fire destroys the lifts? Ah! Why are some of them coming from the wrong direction? So weird. So weird. No, I don't need that. I would take like a big power-up. I liked when they would just sort of mercy you. I think it was good design that they gave like a mercy power-up, and that just made you really strong. That was better than whatever this shit is, where you just get to be shown how to play the level. Like, I could just look that up on YouTube if I cared. And it's not that complicated. Just sort of like run forward and you know, avoid the dude. Luigi Guide. That was like super not in wonder, right? That was probably a good thing. Retiring that whole business. All my homies, all the homies in chat hate Luigi Guide, by the way. So jot that down, everyone. Final level looked like a victory lap, but it was fun at least. Yeah. Very fun. Every level of Tropical Freeze is very fun. Is kind of the thing. The final approach with like the fireballs to avoid. Maybe that would be fun if like the guys that you had to avoid as a car or whatever were like Potobos or Bowser fire things. It'd be cool if you could put down Bowser fires in the world or something. I'll say my plan for the Bowser fights is it for it to be more of a gimme type thing. You say set things up as if you can stream on DS. I mean, I've done it before, quote unquote, but don't worry about it. We kind of don't really need to see the final boss here, actually, because my version of it is going to be like a flagpole victory, or maybe like a POW block victory. Either way, it's not going to be a knockout drag-out like this. I think that's enough new you. How about the latest one? How about Wonder? Your 3DS can stream over to PC over Wi-Fi. No sound, kinda neat. Wow, you got like a hacked one or something? That's pretty cool. I just use Magic. I just use Magic when I want to stream a 3DS or DS game. I just use Witchcraft. It works pretty well. I don't know that I've done it since I got a new PC, so it probably works even better now. Since I got the old, since the you know, since way back when. Get on Minecraft DS. Got that Microsoft DS. Let's play as Daisy, why not? It's been a minute. Now, with this is the whole Lost World, right? And it has a bunch of different levels that are sort of more in the manner of like a final gauntlet and a final test. You know, that tests all your badge skills in like Animal Antics style, or like in the previous case, more like just a marathon. I have played Pokemon games before, yes. Just like when they put out the new games, which when they put out like a new generation, typically. And some side games like Unite and a couple other things of that nature. Hey, there's people. How about that? Let's do this one, because this one is sort of an actual level with a single idea that it plays with throughout. And maybe we'll do like the final as well. I think let's pass on the gauntlets. We have been going for around 2 hours, which means that we have been going for a while here. Also, I'll say, as far as my Super World goes, I thought that was solid. I thought that was solid. Oh boy, I'm sucking it up here. It's been a while since I played Wonder, I guess. I thought that was gonna be solid and would stop me from walking off it. This has a single idea, but also it has a bunch of like returning enemies and stuff, and sort of almost a little bit of a recap, but also more than that. It's cool. Also, it's worth noting that Wonder is a weird case because it can kind of be made easy for you just so long as you're like following the, you know, there's a person nearby and you can platform good. Holy shit. That was cool. But also the fella's right there, so probably would have been okay. I haven't done on-stream Pokemon ever.
Nice job.
Like a full Pokemon game. I don't know. I feel like Pokemon is, to me, sort of a one-and-done type deal. I go through a Pokemon game once and I'm happy with that. Let's go through, like, the last level of the game, like, actual regular level. And then we'll go on to some other things, because it is... We have been spending a while going back to other stuff, and I do want to have a good chunk of the stream be a little bit of making in Mario Maker. You know, it doesn't do to, spend all this time just in other games. You like returning for DLC? Returning for DLC. What DLC do you mean? Can't think of any platformer that's had DLC. That was a... Okay, noted. Don't, watch out, this is trouble. Someone who likes a niche Pokemon game, you think Pokemon Quest Wii will ever get a remake, remaster? I think it's more likely that it'll just be part of, like, a GameCube Online. I think GameCube Online is, probably something that we might be able to... I'm hedging a lot. I feel like if GameCube Online were to happen, it might happen now that, there's a Switch 2 on the horizon. You know, April, look forward to it. How's the volume, by the way? Let me just take it down a scotch. Okay, it's cool, it's chill. I forgot that this level was a gauntlet. With a variety of, like, guys and wonder effects going off. I like how this one is Yoshi's Story. I like how they got the dragons from Yoshi's Story in there. That's gotta be intentional, right? The Yoshi Story dragon. Oh, right, Pokemon, returning for DLC for Pokemon. I have not been doing that, actually. And honestly, I don't think I did I don't think I finished the second order of, like, gyms, where you go back and you do the gyms a second time. But I really enjoyed the, going through the first time. And, for me, that's enough. This kind of level is appropriate for finale, but, you know, I just feel like, for me, I like a finale that's more like DKC, you know? A final level that's more just a self-contained thing. You know? I feel like this kind of level just isn't as Donkey Kong Country-ish, which is, you know, my guiding star generally, as others, as like the older style. I like it to be a little bit more older in style. And then you get a very cool boss fight, which kind of has its own... God. Hey, hey, hey! Good time for a thing to be there. Good level. One thing I don't like in what makes a final level in today's day and age. Fewer checkpoints. No checkpoints. I don't like that as much. There was probably a checkpoint going to be right after where we were, but we fell in the lava. Maybe. That's enough wonder. Now, I think there's a few more I would like to do on the Super Nintendo, but let's throw in like one or two that aren't Nintendo. Let's throw in Celeste onto the pile, why not? I don't know. Celeste is sort of a interesting case, I think, as far as like final levels go, insofar as, here's the thing, and I'm not going to count the DLC, by the way. Not going to count the DLC that they did. Celeste has a final level, but also has like a epilogue level that has its own gimmick, its own bespoke gimmick, which I think is something we should think about insofar as like, you know, let's see now. The epilogue, too hard for me, I'll say. Unless I'm using the cheats, which, let's not. Wait, what is this? Oh, the epilogue is just story, and then there's the summit. Let's do the whole summit, and we'll, how long does the summit take, right around about, you think? This does serve as, like, a recap, insofar as it's, like, going through the whole... This is loud. How's that? Maybe a little hotter? How's that? This does, like, recap basically the entire game, going through it, one stage at a time in, like, short form, which is pretty cool, before ending each segment in a big, cool finale. If Super Meat Boy was on Switch, I wouldn't mind doing that. Is Super Meat Boy not on Switch? Did they ever put out Super Meat Boy on Switch? If I had like it for Switch and also had a clear save to like go to the last level on, I might be tempted to include that one as well, I'll say. And by might be, I mean I would be. This is Celeste. Very, very popular platformer. Sort of a splatformer. Very different from, obviously, DKC and Mario. I'll say, like, it sort of falls into a different sub-genre. You know, in the same way that, like, Pizza Tower and Anton Blast sort of fall into a different genre as well. Where it's more based around precision. There's like a checkpoint every screen. Also, good amount of like collectibles. Here's the part where you do a final room and then you bounce on up. Skip cutscene. It's a very well written game, I will say. Recommend playing the game casually and paying attention to the story. But that's not what I'm doing. I'm just trying to get the experience and think about like what makes this. It is very demanding, but also it has a sense of like climax to it, right? Like with every room, it's like you're pushing forward, closer and closer to the end. I think as far as like Mario Maker goes, music will go a long way towards that, right? Like if the music is like Bowser style, is like Bowser's style and it's intense. That will, whoopsie daisy. That'll help get the right vibe. But, you know, I am wondering how long this is gonna take. But I guess there's really nothing stopping us from going like for as long as I like, you know. Also, maybe it would be good to include more games than just your basic Donkey Kong and Mario. I'll say, if I had... I mean, I guess I have Sonic Mania. I could stick that in. I say stick that in as if it's not just a, it's like downloaded and stuff, you know? I don't... I'll say I was never a big Sonic person. So, like, that's just never my, like, pull. That's just never been my pull. You're trying making a Celeste level with Propeller Mask and Bullet Bill? I could see that working, yeah. I could see that making sense. And, like, a big, like, mountain to climb. One thing we did discuss earlier was that it might be cool for the second half, like, the subworld to be vertical and have, like, a climbing component to it. My only question is, like, how would it be difficult then if you always had, like, a, you know, if you could fall down, in other words. And I don't necessarily want it to be auto-scroll in that second half, so... Or in that second part. So, like... I don't know. I suppose... Here's something that's possible. Spines? Yeah, that would do it. That would do it. That would as well. Here's something that's possible. I could use some trickery. Maybe. One thing I've done before in my super world is I've disguised a vertical level as a non-vertical level using some sleight of hand type stuff. Basically having you teleport around and having it look like the previous place you were was just on the other side of the wall, but it was actually like screens away. I could do some bullshit like that, and that would allow me to create the illusion of like of bigger horizontal play space. And then if I wanted to turn it, this is optional. This is an optional room. If I wanted to turn it on its head later on and go like full vertical, I'd have that option. I mean, alternatively, I could just not do it as a trick and just have it so it's originally vertical, and then use some sleight of hand later to have some more horizontally sections. Another optional room. That's an idea. One thing that is difficult about that is just like the constraints of it all. I mean, I guess... Here's a question. How does, like, Chardvard work in a vertical level? How does Chardvard work in a vertical level? Does it work well? Does it work good? Does it follow the player up? Or do you just, like, lose track of, Chardvard real fucking fast? Could have, like, a Chardvard section where, you know, one thing I was thinking is, like, a mini-boss room. There could be, like, a room with some Chardvards and a Boom Boom. And, like, you know, that would make sense for a place to have Chardvard. And also make for a more difficult, like, there we go. I was never good at this timing shit. I'll say, as a rule, one thing you might notice that my levels, like, don't have a ton of, and, like, I don't like, is, like, cases like this where it's just like, okay, just, like, get the rhythm down and you can get through it every time. It's just not my favorite way of doing things. You know, like a level where it goes on, off, that sort of thing. Not really my strong suit, so I tend to avoid it. One other thing that I'm not using in my super world at all that would be nice to get into this final level would be the blink blocks. Didn't find a use for them early on. I guess they are sort of exactly what I was just saying. On, off type deals. How can I use those on-off blocks in a way that's cool? Platforms. One thing that I was saying is that the spikes sort of make for like a dangerous place to land on and a dangerous place to be. There could be some on-offs like connecting like sequences like that, and you know, you'd have to hang out on a yellow spike platform whilst waiting for the blink blocks to come back and open the way forward. Either open the way forward or like either open the way forward, or alternatively it could be open the way forward, choice A, or B, a wall that opens up when, wall that opens up the way forward, or like, something else. This isn't, Celeste, the thing I'm thinking about right now, but I like in how in DKC, whenever there's some shit like this, you can always just go, you can often just go on, like, the first possible moment, right? Like, the second level of DKC has some tough zinger jumps, but if you just, like, trust the game and go on the first possible time to jump, you will get through clean, and I always love that about it. I am very much someone who likes to not stop for nothing. I'm a big fan of not stopping. This is kind of a long level too. Do I'll say. Maybe I could have, you know, I could have considered, like, the, top of the mountain as, like, the, quote-unquote final level. You know, considering that this is, like, a, each of these levels in this game are more like worlds in any other game. It is a rad game. I highly recommend it. It's one of my favorite, like, non-DKC style platformers. For sure, for sure. Whatever I started it, I'm gonna commit to it. Not gonna skip ahead. And if I do skip ahead, okay, we should probably skip ahead actually. This game is weird, and each level is more like a world unto itself. Really, the last level here isn't this, but is the last segment of this, really. Like the very top of the mountain. But also, it's much more climactic to climb all the way through. It's just that, you know, it'd be nice to show a couple more games. And there's like, two more whole segments of this before you get to the peak. Let's skip ahead a bit. Skip ahead a bit. Return to map. Thank you. Also, it counts out how many deaths you have, which is fun and cool. So yeah, we were at 1,500, there's 2,000, and 2,500, and then there's the final bit, this part here, which really is the last level. And I'll say, like, if you consider this the last level, it is pretty fresh and, like, different compared to the rest of the game. It is one screen. I guess the thing you could take from this is that sometimes for, like, a final level, it's a good time to mix things up and go in a weird direction with it. Like, in this case, you can see that, like, oh, suddenly there's checkpoints other than screen transitions. And also, every checkpoint has, like, the number of ones left. Also, you only start with one dash, I should say. This game, you only start with one dash originally. It's not terribly important for the context of this level, I'm just saying. You know. Also, in this one, there's some weird gravity stuff going on, making the basic platform more difficult. If there's any sort of, like, weird difficulty things we can do to make it feel more constrained, to sort of challenge the player with something they're not expecting and that they haven't dealt with in the rest of the game, that is appropriate, and I think make for a memorable finale. That's something we can take away from this. This one is weird because it not only has... So there's this part here, right, where you're being challenged. Damn it. Okay, there we go. Cool bits like this are very flashy and fun. We could consider that similar to, like, the box stuff that I want to do, where you'll ground pound through a bunch of boxes. That box stuff, by the way, might be a problem as far as, like, enemy cap limit goes. Now, in this part, we're actually being empowered. We have, extra jump. We have extra high... extra low gravity for some reason. The wind is going up. Okay, here. Come on, get here without... God damn it. Important to spend our dashes correctly, or else we'll just be dead. You're gonna go, Lord Bowser. See you later. See you on Friday. Yeah. Friday will be the next viewer level stream, as per usual. Don't have a lot prepared for that as far as, like, other things to talk about, so, like, don't expect it to be the longest one in a while. But hey, I think a nice short stream. I kind of feel like I could use more shorter streams on occasion, and not always be going like 4 or 5 hours long. Regardless, look for it. These keys. A red coin thing somewhere in the level. That's what I'm getting from that. Put a red coin sequence sometime in the level. That would also help to, like, make a chard bard sequence, like, scary, and give them time to, like, really threaten you if you had, like, your choice of, like, ways to approach the room. But, you know, the chard bard and their RNG would influence, like, how that could go. Yeah, I'm thinking red coin sequence. Remember that. Red coin sequence. See you later, Shard. I'll, it's getting not too late. I'll say, I got, work in office tomorrow. It's a not a work from home day tomorrow, which is why usually I don't do Wednesday streams. This VOD will probably not be up until, like, after work. You know, since that usually takes me a bit to do the thumbnail and stuff. Sometimes, well, I'll say, if I find time, like, tonight, like, before I go to sleep, to do the thumbnail and stuff, then it would be sooner rather than later. It would be, like, tomorrow morning, or maybe even, you know, tonight. But, you know, that's always a concern when, a stream is not on a normal day. I'll say when I'm working from home, I can always just use my lunch break to like, take care of it. And that's why it's less of a big deal. You know? I can leave some of that for, like, some of that, like, work for then. It's just simpler that way. But, I'll try to make it work. Windbreaker Randomizer was really fun on Sunday. That was a great, go through of the randomizer. I'll say I wouldn't mind doing that again sometime. You know, maybe with a slightly different configuration, whatever, but Windbreaker Randomizer, I think it might be my favorite of the 3D Zeldas to randomize. You know, having done that, Ocarina and Majora's Mask before. I don't know. Maybe I should do Majora's Mask again sometime. That also wouldn't be a bad idea. I'll tell you, I have a wild hair to be like, okay, fuck it. All the checks. You know, I came out of last stream going like, okay, well, I could use fewer checks. I've sort of been, like, sleeping on it and going like, what if, though, more checks? What if I had to check all the obscure stuff that I, left off the table? You know, a lot of that obscure stuff, it's obscure and I don't know how to do it, but it is honestly kind of straightforward. And, like, so long as the tracker told me, like, yeah, that tower has something for you, then I could just, do it, and, you know, a lot of these things that I had not in logic are relatively quick to check. Relatively quick checks are nice. Low-key tempted to do, like, a, I wouldn't mind doing another Wind Waker randomizer, but it's one dungeon, but, like, everything's in logic, including Savage Labyrinth again. I came out of it, that stream going like, never again Savage Labyrinth. But, after sleeping on it a bit, and, you know, the second time we went to Savage Labyrinth, it was pretty straightforward, pretty easy. So, you know, jot that down. I could also just, like, start with a bottle. I could try starting with a bottle, why not? It's not like a bottle is like a progression item. I'm pretty sure. That's like the final level. Good shit. Feel like I got some ideas from that. There's also the epilogue, which... nose is a little runny. It's fine though, my throat doesn't hurt. So, I'll be fine. Bah. There's credits there. They're cool credits. There's a epilogue type thing. It's a cool epilogue. And this is like a clear file, so, you know, we have all the strawberries and stuff. I guess I don't have all the strawberries. Apparently there's 5 strawberries in core. Did I have all the strawberries in the rest of the game, right? In this clear file? Forgot there's no strawberries in Reflection. That's odd. Core is sort of like the epilogue. And, let's do that and show, like, an example of a actual final level that's like a post-game final level, which is sort of what I'm looking for in my, sort of what I'm looking to do when you come right down to it. This one's a weird one, actually, because this one uses a completely different gimmick for the rest of the game, insofar as, like, in this one, your dashes don't recharge until you collect a thing. Also, you have to unlock it in, like, classic, style. Now, I'll say, come to think of it, this one low-key does use a gimmick that is not too different from what I'm thinking for... Also, you can make it so that if you get that, that cherry, you have to do it all in one. That, like, crown cherry. We're not doing it all in one, so... No. Let's just... I forgot it doesn't, like, spawn... It spawns you back at the front if you grab that. There we go. Interesting thing about this level is that it has a gimmick here, which should be appearing in a bit, other than just being more difficult than previous ones. That's not how that works. Being, like, less forgiving. There's a gimmick here as far as... Again with the lava and the fire. Good way to make a climactic stage. Having some fire and lava business going on. Almost considering, like, turning on the cheats and just being like, okay, let's just run through it. Come on, I don't. This okay, here we go. Patterns of tough things to avoid as you're platforming, I think, make a lot of sense in a big finale level. You know, in the way that the last level was more about, like, navigating a tight space that was, like, lined with spikes, which, low-key, is kind of what I'm going for. You know, a level that's heavy on spikes. This one's very much about little projectile thingies, much in the style of Potobos, but on, like, a path. Almost a shame that I can't do, like, a rail system and do, like, a... Potobos. Hey, this one has on-offs, and when you turn it on-off, there's like it's ice now, and the things that were fiery death now become like things to jump upon, which is cool. And also the things that were, conveyor belts going up are now, like, ungrabbable. It's a cool conceit. And, like, I'll say, if I could make it so that my levels, like, on versus off in my level was this much of a departure, maybe that'd be cool. You know, I have been thinking about doing the spikes where there's, like, spikes for on and spikes for off, but what if they were very different? If you know what I mean. Like, what if when the on-off were on, you had spikes, but when they were off, instead of spikes, there were, like, what else could there be? On-off-wise, what if on they had spikes and that was a whole thing? And off, it was like unspiked, but trying to think how you would do it. Off, there would be like bouncy platforms. That's the only thing I can think in 3D World that you could do. I guess you could have it so that there were less platforms, like the platforms that were safe in the other. And when the on-off was the other way, could just be entirely absent. That'd be reasonable. Wonder how much else that they could be, like, differentiated. I don't know. There we go. Got through that room. Okay, we can't switch through those. We have to hit the ice thing. Beautiful. Also, that bounces me when it's cold. I think it'd be really cool if I could differentiate on versus off like this. That's a cool idea. I mean, obviously you couldn't have it so that the, like, whole tone of the level changed. That's not a thing that's possible in Mario Maker. But, like, could anything quite like this be done? Be cool to find out. Again, one thing I really think is worth thinking about for this one, as far as this one goes, is that, like, the way that it introduces a new idea, it's not afraid to be entirely different from the rest of the game. It's not an epilogue. It's not like a rehash of everything that's come before. I think those are all good traits to have in a final level. Cool. Yeesh. Also, there's just some really well put together scenarios forcing you to maneuver around in interesting ways. Does look fun. It is fun, I'll say that. I mean, I'll say for what it's worth. For what it's worth, Celeste does have a DLC that is sort of like a hard mode. And I gotta say, the hard mode is way too hard for me. I can't do it. I'll say I never finished all the seasides, neither. But the hard mode is just like from the start requiring like super technical stuff, you know, that speedrunners use basically. I think that that's just not as compelling. You know, I feel like the tricks the speedrunners use are not what levels should be built around, you know? I feel like rather than building levels around them, they should just be things that speedrunners use to like, you know, cut like, really high skill, paths through levels that are, like, reasonable to do for the casual. I don't know, I guess that's, like, one of the big appeals of, like, ROM hacks, right? Is that ROM hacks, they go a lot harder than, like, Nintendo ever would, or even, like, your average, like, platformer, you know, like your... Even something like a Meat Boy probably doesn't go as hard as a ROM hack. Unfortunately, that's like 5% of the fan base. That's also a big reason why not to do it. Like, yeah, no, that's, it's like making levels for 5% of the fan base. That's correct, yeah. If that. It's more like 2%, I would reckon. Like, this is already pretty difficult for, like, for, like, the, casual player. I think. This is already, like, pushing it for what it's worth. I went through those with the invulnerability on and just, like, the, infinite, dashes. I'll say I think they do a cool thing in that they introduce, like, 2 different kind of refresh gems. One that gives you 1 jump back and one that gives you 2 jumps back. Like, that is smart, I will say. That was close. Got through with both of my dashes there. Fuck yeah. And died in a very easy way. I don't know. I feel like that's also, like, the appeal of, like, Kaizos, which, you know, I play, but I play if someone submits it to me, but, like, I'm just never going to be able to do, like, 5 shell jumps in a row, you know? Impossible layer type beat. Right now. Impossible layer is one I didn't consider for this, and I don't know if I have ready. I'll say with Impossible Layer, the final level of that, I don't really care for it because you don't get to take your, the power-ups you play the rest of the game with into. I feel like Impossible Layer is a good example of what not to do in a final level, for what it's worth. It's ironic, Impossible Layer is named after the final level, which is the impossible layer that the whole game is built around. But that impossible layer kind of sucks, and it's kind of like, the least fun level of the game. It's too long. They eventually add, like, checkpoints, right? You liked it? I mean, I'll say I think Impossible Layer is like 100 times better, like as far as the game goes overall. 100 times better than the game it was a sequel to, you know. It's a lot better than Ukulele, to be clear. But same time, I'll just never be a fan, I guess. Haters gotta hate. Yes. I'll say I think Impossible Layer is really cool. I love the way that it has 2 variants of every level. Really, like, in addition to, like, Bowser's Fury, like, Impossible Layer is a great example of, like, what you can do when you commit yourself to be like, okay, we're making each level actually 2 levels, and, you know, you get twice the value from that. And it's cool to go through, like, an A side and a B side of the same level. I think it does a lot good, but when you get to the final level and it's like, hey, you don't get to have your hover anymore. You don't get to have your hover for this one because it's serious time, no upgrades allowed. It's like, okay, dude. Don't like that. I think we're in the second sequence. Let's skip ahead a little bit. You know, this is we're going for a while now on Celeste. Maybe a longer Celeste segment than I really initially imagined. But let's see, like, the you trade him for the shield? Right, yeah, the more game you do, the more lives you have, the more shield you have. That's cool and all. The last segment looks like this. It's kind of cool. Oh wait, does it literally? Oh, it actually starts at the lava rise. Okay, never mind. I thought I was gonna be able to jump to the last bit. There's like lava on the top and the bottom, and as it's like one way, the lava goes up, and when you turn it off, the lava goes the other way, and you sort of have to balance it. It's cool. It's cool, but like let's move towards an ending, I guess. Is there any other platformers that I can pull out real fast? I could pull out Kaze. But let's pass on Kaze for now. Let's just do a little bit of a grab bag of SNES final levels. A little bit of a grab bag of SNES final levels. I'm gonna change the game and just change it to retro, and we'll just keep on, we're going to go from these, we're gonna go through the DKCs really quickly and then see Super Mario World real quickly, and then, yeah. I think I was preparing for this like a few weeks ago or something, like a stream based around last levels. And I think I prepared Super Mario Bros. 3 last level to be a option in like All-Stars or something. We should probably do that. Yeah, All-Stars is on here. Been on here since it's been a few years. SNES Grabbag, let's go. Let's grab some bag. In DKC, there is no Lost World, of course, but there is a Last World, and there is some last levels. Now, we won't see all of them, of course. We're just gonna see like one of them, I think. Loopy Lights actually is what the last level was inspired by, my on-off light-based level, so we don't need to see that. That already has a level inspired by it. This one, I feel like kind of is too weird to... I don't know that we can really draw anything from this one. It is a weird platform level where you move across long platforms, and have to deal with enemies on the thing. It doesn't translate to Super Mario Maker. I mean, you could do some stuff with snake blocks and like things of that nature. There's falling platforms in Mario Maker already, so, you know, something like that would not be super impossible. You could literally translate this into Mario Maker if you wanted to. I'll say, I think this could be remade, but I don't know necessarily it has anything helpful for my level, but hey, this will be quick. This level is, you know, it's a normal length level. I'll say, the thing I would take away from this is that it's a normal-ass level. It's a normal-ass level. You play through it normal style. It's a normal-ass level. You play through it normal style. It has, like, a big final segment here, which is pretty intense. You know, involves, like, a couple of clearing platforms out who are occupied with tough enemies in a row. A couple of those. That's a bit of a challenge, but, you know, kind of no big deal as well. I at one point was trying to make a level that was sort of similar to this, where you would grab, like, POW blocks and use it to defeat enemies who are on rails, who are, like, big boss guys. Big boss guys die in one hit. But ended up not really panning out. There's nothing else here that fits the criteria of a last level. That was the last level. It's interesting. Not really sure there's much I can really pull from that. It's a good last level, I'll say. The thing I'll say for that, normal-ass level. It should be a normal-ass level with a normal-ass gimmick. It should just be a little bit tougher than every other level. It should be the toughest level in the game, essentially. It should be the most demanding level in the game. Demanding, that's a good word for it. DKC2 now. So here, the final level is Screech's Sprint, and the second half of this is a flying level. Now, I'm pretty sure I'm not going to make this a flying level. My last world already has a flying level. In the second one it has the clown car and all. Also, there's no clown car in there's no flying in the 3D world, not like that. Only using like helmets and all that. This is though a level where you are mostly making your way up, and the only death that awaits you is like is like a spiky business. Doesn't really apply though the second half, so let's bounce out of there and go somewhere else. You just skip and skip the race every time. Beat it fair once, no thanks. I'm able to beat it every time. It's not that hard, so long as you don't stop for nothing and you're like taking the shortcuts where they exist. How do you is it like a spawn the exit type thing? I've seen in like speedrunners, you know, speedrunners can do a glitch sometimes where they spawn an exit early. Is it like that? We could do like Toxic Tower, maybe. Toxic Tower kind of low-key inspired the last level that I did, so I feel like we don't need to draw from it. It's already represented in my 8.4, which has a vertical auto-scroller section where there's, you know, it's kind of like Toxic Tower insofar as you have to stay ahead of the bottom of the screen whilst making your way up. Not entirely unlike Toxic Tower, I guess. You just take a hit and fly over him and he doesn't trigger? What? I've never heard of that. You take a hit and you fly over him? Wow. How is this the first time I'm hearing about that? Hang on. Ah, damn it. Let's go back there. I want to see that. I want to see that now. Oh, beautiful, because it's the last level that I was playing, I still get to, So you take a hit and fly over him, and the race, it really doesn't, wow. I didn't know that was a thing, that's amazing. No race, it's just regular now. You can really just take your time. I've never heard that in the last 30 years. How have I never heard that? Heard of this in the last 30 years. This is, that's amazing. Pro tip for those who want an easy time of it. Do that. It's good. It's cool. And you get to hear the good music for longer. Okay, it's a flying level. It's just a flying level. Now, as far as the Lost World goes, I'll say, unfortunately, Animal Antics, I've already done a level inspired by Animal Antics pretty much directly I've already done a level inspired by Animal Antics in, Arsenal Antics, the, first level of the 7th world, which sort of takes you through a variety of helmets and, does some business there. So that's out, but I can at least do the second to last level, and the last one that's not a, of the Lost World, and the last one that's not like a... That's like a level unto itself, and not like a collection of 5 smaller levels, I guess. Which, again, my last level is not going to be one of those types. I'll say for these original DKCs, you know, I'm trying to hew, like, inspiration-wise towards it, but also I do want to create a traditional level for the last one, mostly. And, the weird thing is that, like, yeah, none of these, DKC2, DKC3, they don't really have traditional-ass levels for their quote-unquote last level, per se. Like, we're gonna see, like, an even worse case with DKC3. And also, just note, like, with DKC3, it is also such that, you know, I mentioned some of these levels, I've already drawn inspiration from them. By the way, let me just say, the volcano theme in DKC2, this is the best volcano theme in gaming, I think. You know, as far as, like, the archetype, as far as the graphics go, as far as the vibes go, it is really quite inspired, and, no one's ever done it quite like DKC2, I think. Hard agree? Everyone in chat hard agrees. Trainer Derek in chat hard agrees, specifically, when I say everyone. It is interesting how you move slow, and you have to, like, dodge bees whilst moving, like, a little too slow to really effectively dodge them. It's cool. I think that's all we can really glean from DKC2. Yeah, too many levels I've already pulled influence from to really draw any more from them. Really, if I did that, they'd end up too similar to the levels that are already in the last world, the Lost World, bonus biome. I've pulled too much from the DKCs, perhaps. I'll say, my super world is DKC inspired. It's supposed to be DKC inspired. That's like the ideal. That's like the idea. But, like, still though, you know, you don't necessarily want them to be based off all the same level. That's silly. You want, like, a variety of different levels. DKC3 is great as well. In DKC3, I'll say Krematosaur presents a hard problem for us insofar as the last level... Here's the thing. The last level here is a sort of auto-scroller in the style of, like... We'll play it. We'll play the last level. I guess the weird thing about the DKC last levels is that they're all weird. From 2 and 3 specifically, right? Like, this one uses a animal buddy sort of thing. I guess you could call this an animal buddy that is, like, unique to itself and handles, like, no other game I can think of. Where you're, like, using your jets of flame to, like, kill enemies and trying to make it through without, failing. And then when you get to the bottom, you rocket all the way back up. It's cool. It's cool. Kitty flopping downhill. He does that. You can ignore him. It's dramatic that way. I mean, I like the eye hole. I like the barrel with the eye hole in it. That's a charm that the later day rocket barrels just don't have. You know, where, like, they're riding on the outside. I'll say this much. Let me say this much. This is the best rocket barrel level in the entire series. Obviously, later there is something that they call rocket barrel levels, but they are just not as hot. Checkpoint. I mean, it's actually not that dissimilar to this part here. Also, it's worth noting left and right are reversed, so I'm hitting left to rocket to the right. Also, you gotta get through without bonking twice, or else you can't make it through. It's sort of... God damn it. Sort of blind, which is not great, but... What are you gonna do? I think we're... Fuck! I thought we maybe had enough there, but... That was close, but no banana. 2 bonks. 2 bonks is too many. Also, I have 3 lives. Because, you know, you start with not that many lives, I guess. Okay, so interesting thing apparently. If you hit up on the stick, that causes both jets to go off rather than just one. Let me restart this one and I'll use the D-pad. Okay, that might be part of why things were getting so screwy there. If you use both at once, do you get, like, extra vertical speed? And does that, like, save you... There we go. Really, I have nothing to say about this one because it just doesn't... It's just so untraditional to a fault. Also, Swoopy Salvo, it's a, half... Swoopy Salvo, the second to last level, is sort of a weird case because it's a half flying level with the flying in the first half and climbing in the second half. And, well, that sort of was what I took from... I sort of took some inspiration for this for my 8-2, so it's already represented. I guess we could do Tyrant Twin Tussle as, like, one of the last levels. And, like, the last vanilla level where you're just sort of platforming normal style without any sort of flaying, without any sort of, like, rocket malarkey. Is it fun to say malarkey? Are we done with malarkey? Now that Biden is retired and he's just, you know, out on a farm napping all day. Which, you know, hey. I wish I could retire and nap all day, one day. Jealous of the man, I guess. I don't know. He doesn't have a... I guess how jealous can you be of a guy who retired after he turned senile? Actually, you know what? I don't envy him at all. You know, when I retire, I want to have my brain. I want to be like, you know, of sound mind. I don't want to retire a desiccated husk, actually, now that I think about it. No offense to the man, it's just true. It's just true! Man has seen better days. I don't know why they don't just retire. Like, just retire. Just, you know, you don't have to work all your life, and also, everyone would be better off if you didn't. That's enough politics right now. I'm just, you know, sort of a hot topic, you know? Right just now. Something unlimited power, yeah. Well, I'll say I would like power as well. I would like power as well. I would like it to not end. But, you know, if my brain don't work, I don't really want anything. You know, and if it's like AIDS or whatever, like holding on to power through a, like, you know, Roman emperor style, like a puppet emperor, that sort of thing. Just pull up your number 2. Just pull up your number 2. What's that? You didn't, like, people don't know you're number 2 because you're terrible at PR? Oh, that seems like a you problem. That's not a me problem. I don't know what's gonna happen. There we go. Tough enemies. Tougher enemies is maybe what we can draw from that. Tough enemies that are invulnerable and force you into some tight spots. If we could use the bullies to force into tight situations, I think that'd be cool. What's tough in Mario Maker? Well, there's Shardvards, for one. There's some enemies that cannot be killed trivially. There's some enemies that cannot be killed at all. Bully is a good example of that, but they don't really hit you. As far as the final level here, we got another case where, unfortunately, it doesn't really apply. Poisonous Pipeline is a water level. I'm not making a water level. But, on the other hand, Coin Gozer Clamor actually kind of has low-key a lot to offer insofar as the Coin Dozers, they're kind of a lot like bullies. They're enemies that knock you around and you can sort of like take advantage of to, like, you know, if you get on top of them, you can sort of use them as platforms. And also they can only harm you by knocking you into things. So you can see here's something to notice. There's coin doozers who are not mandatory to deal with, some that are off and, you know, only guard like optional items. Banana coins, which would be the equivalent of like maybe a 10 coin in like Mario Maker. So, you know, that's just a thing to keep in mind. Not every one of those has to be interactable, quote unquote. There could also be a bunch of small platforms with individual guys. Hell, this could be even more like critical for Mario Maker because I can put them on a bed of spikes, and then, you know, you have to jump over those guys if you want to get over safely. Multiple of them in a row. Also cases where you have to like jump up to their level before you jump onto their heads. You know, you're sort of coming at them from below. Some interesting stuff to pull from there, to draw from there, as far as like making the bullies more of a threat, making them more of a emphasis, more of a major thing. Mario World. So of course there's Bowser. We can go in the front door and do like the final level here. Bowser's kind of an interesting one, and I'll say this was one of the types of levels that I always kind of low-key wanted to do in Mario Maker, which is to say a level where you had a choice of 4 rooms and you just went through one of them, right? I mean, I have been thinking about having it so you split up the, you can do like, I am doing it so that you can... Here's a thought for the second half. What if when you got like a different power-up, right? I already have the idea of having it so that the 4 power-ups, you get your choice of them, right? In the second half, and you can choose one or the other. What if each of those led to a different segment? And, you know, maybe it's not like Red Coin style, where it's like, where it's like, okay, you have to go through all 4 of them. What if instead it was like 2 keys? You have to get 2 keys, and then you can pass, and then you can do a thing. You can use it small rooms maybe, but I mean, that's a fun idea. The problem is real estate. Also, do you really want players not to get the full experience if they just you know, get through first time clear? Then again, how fun is it to have, like, 4 different rooms? We should explore that possibility. And, really consider it. But, yeah, I don't know that that's necessarily, like, a winner. Oh, this one sucks. Don't want this one. No, no, no. Auto-scroll, auto-scroll. Auto-scroll, auto-scroll. Garbage, garbage. Climbing is cool. I like climbing. Underused mechanic in Mario World, I think. The climbing levels. I don't like this one. You also get in this the experience of, like, walking into one and going like, oh, fuck this. You know, fuck this room, and being like, you know, next time you get here, let's just shortcut it a little bit. Let's just do this. Next time, you'd be like, okay, I want to go to, nope, water level. Next time, you want to go to 7 and be like, yeah, this looks good. Challenging with these jumping guys, but, now this feels like a last level. Relatively short, but it's also very challenging. And then you have a dark room where you turn on a disco light and you face an enemy you've never seen before. I'm tired. We gotta... The time for struggling and, like, you know, trying again and again, that's maybe over. Let's, move this along. Then you get to the final boss, and the final boss is cool. We don't need to do the final boss. It's just a boss fight. We all know it. Cool boss fight. Let's, go somewhere else now. I should probably do a, all exits at some point and do this whole game like, you know, 100% style on the Switch. I did it on the thing. Here for last levels, we'll do 2. We'll do the last level of the Star Road, which is kind of the first last level of the game. And we'll do, of like I say it's the first last level, that's not true. It's the second last level, kinda. And it's just sort of a normal level, really. With some actually quite weird parts, like why, kind of very demanding, isn't it? That sequence in particular. Then you have some just regular ass bullshit. I'm very lucky to have pulled away from that. And you get a Yoshi, and Yoshi is very strong. Those star levels are really short, huh? Mario World is weird insofar as like all the bonus levels here, the Star Road and you know, special, which is called Star Road. I guess it's because it warps you to special. It's the Star Road connecting you to special. I like the SNES logo at the top of special. That's always been very cool. You should be able to do a SNES logo in Mario Maker. This is the final level of Mario World, and it's based around these strong enemies, these strong but relatively unique enemies. Do you see these elsewhere in the game? Hang on, let me just try that again. These strong enemies that are like, you know, tough customer once or twice. And it's just a pretty fucking regular level, I guess. I don't know what else to say. You see some charging chucks. Some guys fly by. It's almost a little bit of a... You know, if I'm looking, I feel like it has more enemies than like a normal level do. Maybe. Borderline. This might be like, well, I say that. No, it's pretty clearly based around, like, a few, like, the Charging Chucks and those guys as, like, the Charging Chucks is, like, a secondary, and then a handful of types of Koopa and Goomba as, like, your, tougher that was a waste of a Yoshi. That wasn't even, like, a classic Yoshi situation, but just... literally yeeted him off the edge. Literally just flung him, into a free hole. An average regular hole I was not falling into. Fucked up. Fucked up. I got nothing for that one. That one... I'm not, there's nothing I can pull from that. All-Stars here. Last but not least, I have Mario 3 set up with the last level right here. The nature of Mario 3 is that you can't play any level that's not the, you can't play any level that's not the, that's not the current one, you know, once you clear them, you're moved on. So I gotta save here right at the very end, and now I can play it. We have some fire bars, some fireballs. I don't know if these are different from the fire bars of the previous game, but they're in ball form. We have some Hodabow. It has that classic, like, has that classic, you know, I'm impatient here. Let's just, we got places to be. It has that classic, like, castle aesthetic, you know? Donut blocks to make it a little bit more difficult. You can't really linger as a result of the donut blocks. Donut blocks not a bad idea. Donut blocks not a bad idea for, like, increasing the difficulty and stuff. Have I used that many donut blocks in 3D World? I think once or twice in the Super World. Probably used the 3D World version of the blocks. All-Stars is great. Yeah. I mean, I'll say as a kid, I didn't... You know, it wasn't my favorites. On account of I got this and Donkey Kong Country at the same time. And as a kid, I just didn't understand such a thing as historical context, you know? I just saw these two games and was like, well, DKC looks a lot better to me, visually. And I don't understand why that would be. You know? I was 6 and whatever. Didn't understand these things. Tight platforming. Tight platforming and some small blocks to land on to, like, make for a difficult time. We all know this final boss. It's cool, but, we got it. We got the idea. I think I have another save point for... Yes. In fact, I have two. I went through all of the last world in this game, and then I realized that I already made a save on the last level 2 years ago on July 4th during one of those July 4th streams that I did. God damn it. I'll say, if I'm being honest here, I think that, if I'm being honest here, I think that as far as, like, lessons... I think as far as lessons go, Super Mario Brothers is more of a case of, like, what not to do, rather than what to do. Because Super Mario Brothers 1 uses Pick-a-Pipe as, like, the final thing for its final level. You have to figure out, like, which pipe to go in, and, it's all bullshit. You just have to guess and memorize it, and fuck that. To be frank, like, this is probably the worst final level. Might be one of the worst final levels in any 2D platformer. Let alone, like, that sounds a little harsh, but it's Pick-a-Pipe, man! It's Pick-a-Pipe! The bad thing that, like, when you see it in Mario Maker, you're just like, my god, even the troll levels are nicer than this. You know? Oh, I did it, though! I mean, I rewinded a bunch. But, still, that feels good. I mean, did you see that Bowser fight? It was, thrilling. Despite the fact that if I had taken a hit, I would have rewound. Yeah, that's a funny thing. You know, that's not a bad thumbnail for the stream. The, Mario being kissed by Peach. That's, low-key good. Low-key good. That covers the two games that I have prepared saves for. Final level saves. I mean, I could... Do I have a clear save on Yoshi's Island? I don't think I do. I don't think I ever beat it on Switch. No, I never beat it on Switch. I should do. I'll say, right now my plan is for the July 4th stream, which for a while now has been, for the last 2 years, has been me beating 2D Marios as fast as I can do. I'm going to start with Yoshi's Island as the first one of those next time, and then the games that remain will be randomly gotten through. And since, you know, there's only like 2 or 3 of them left, I think that July 4th stream will be quite doable. I think we will finally finish off all the 2D Marios 3 July 4ths later, next July. There's not like a special version of Yoshi's Island, is there? It'd be cool if there was. I mean, there's a lot of like optional stuff that you get by being good at the game that would be cool to unlock. I don't think there is. I don't think there is. All right. That's all the looking around that's we're doing tonight. And that took like a couple hours, didn't it? Wow, okay. I kind of low-key... I feel like the last couple times I've looked for inspirations in like a making stream, it's been relatively quick, but in this case, I opened up the parameters of like what a last level is. We looked at a lot more than perhaps we otherwise would. And now we're back in Mario Maker, and we're going to try to make some stuff and try to put together some ideas. Okay, so 3 hours later, what ideas are we looking to pull? One thing that I think is really interesting is the idea of, like, the on-off being, like, a whole state change, like in Celeste, like, bonus level 2, where, like, it's not just switching between blue spikes and red spikes, the on-offs, but instead, like, 2 very different scenarios, and what exactly... Let's see now, like, what exactly is on-off base that we can use for that? That we can use to be like, okay. Okay, so one thing I'm realizing right now... Okay, so you can have it either way, right? You can have this be on or off, so... One thing I'm thinking is that, when it's off, these are on and you can bounce off them. Whereas when they're off, you can't. It'd be almost cooler if like, these were empowered when you, had big areas to get over, right? Like, let's say in case of this, right? Let's say you had to be like... You know, you had to just clear an entire thing in one mound. Another thing to consider is that, well, okay, first thing. It was said earlier, but I do like the idea a lot of putting the Bowser music on Mario, such that the Bowser music is always playing in the stage. That makes it feel a lot more last level-y, I'll say, just like straight up. These guys, they move straight up, right? What we should do, I think it'd be cool if there were some corridors where these guys are just like in very tight spaces. Sort of like Mario, the original ones, they used a lot of like tight corridors like this and put like Bowser Fire, you know, stuff like where it was like this with little divots here for like falling into, I guess, I don't know. We could put some Potobos in here and have the player avoid them. I was originally thinking just the big Potobos, but we could literally do any type of Podobo in the world. This also harkens back a little bit to Returns, which has like a bunch of spaces with tiny little meteorite enemies that you have to dodge. That's a little tight, but if it's 4 apart, if they're 4 apart, how's that? Interesting. Interesting. If a lot of this level is based around like going through rooms, hitting switches, and then coming back with some major changes to the rooms due to the effect of the switch, like let's say for example that let's say the first time you come through and the on-offs are off, so they're like this style. And then the second time, you can't land on the thing. How would that be? How would that feel? Well, first off, I think it's cooler if, got like, 1 layer of these, and then the blocks underneath the spike blocks. In this case, you can have the on-off, like, start off like this, right? And then the first time you're coming through, Let's, do it like this for a second. Give us a little more room, actually. First time you're coming through, it's off. And then on the second time, you come back through and, you know, maybe after hitting an on-off, let's put an on-off like over here. I got some more segments, by the way, which I didn't show earlier. This one is kind of cool. Another thing that could change on like a first visit versus a second. I like these spawning potobos. I think they're cool. This is just awkward. They just spawn together in a big group. That's just awkward. I think I would like to use these potobos like diagonal ones. I think that'd be cool. Here's a thought. Here's something that came up. Can I do a room where... Okay, two things. One. A mini boss room where let's put in some you know what? This is a perfect time. This mini boss room is a perfect time for some yellow spikes. These turn on situationally. And do that. And also have some walls to jump on as like alternatives. Maybe. Or, you know, we were saying earlier that like clouds might be cool. Like thematically. Some small clouds here. Put that there, and that one going the other way. And, I'm gonna put one bully here. I'm gonna put another bully there. And, let's wall this off so that it's screen locked, so it's, set in place, basically. Now, with a boss like this... we would be using an entire screen of real estate for just the single boss. I wonder if that's like... I say I wonder as if it's not something that I intentionally do. I wonder if that's like good as far as these things go. I don't know where I'm going with that. Okay, let's put in a boom boom real fast and see how this feels. I'll put in a big one. Okay, boom boom fight with the yellow spikes. He's really tough, actually. Fuck, he just killed himself! Boom boom! That's little simple if he just like, you know... if he just, runs off a cliff by himself. Can't have that. Okay, let's try this again. I'll say, a shame of these guys on the side is that they're not really threatening once they fall. To the point of, what if they were big so they can't fall off? Can't fall off. Maybe also, like, put in, like, I don't know. I don't think I can actually, like, bound that guy in there such that he can't, like, can't, like, get loose. I guess also, like, you could, in theory, just jump off the shell like this. Very tenuous theory. Just a theory. A game theory. Also, that guy just joined the fight. Not ideal. Make him bigger, and that will make him easier to jump on, like, when he's in shell mode. Like, about to say case in point, as if I did it right, but, at once I feel like this is probably too easy. Like, you just, really just get up here, get this guy down, and then, you know, you have a platform all to yourself. On the other hand, it's a little difficult. What if it was, Pom-Pom? Make it a small Pom-Pom. You don't bounce off the illusion, so you can end up, like, trying to bounce off her to get a, to survive, and just, whiffing hardcore. That's a interesting consequence of her design. Oh boy, the auto mod is doing a great job. No. You're not allowed to do that, bot. You can't say that. No ads here. I added some filters so that auto mod would pick up on some of those bots that just spam the messages. Good, 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 good. Glad to see it's working. What else can we do? What else is good? There was some thought. I did have some thought when playing, two things. Let me actually get a fresh slate here. Let's get a fresh slate. Let's, 3, 2, 1. Two things I want to test out now. Two things I want to test out now. One, I want to test out a two-layer situation, right? Where on the top you have the final segment, which would be some sort of car situation. I suppose one thing that's well possible is I could divide this level up the middle and have it so that the top half and the bottom half are two different. I mean, that would require a much different start than the start I have already built, which I like a lot. It also would be kind of incompatible with the box solution I've already been going with so far for some of the design. In fact, as I say those two things, I think I gotta say, like, nah. But I think it would be cool if the final segment was, like, way up here or something, and let's say, for sake of example, it was all along, like, a whole row of red blocks here, such that you had to use the car. Could I have it so that you had to jump up from there and, like, do some like, relatively precise jumps? I mean, this wouldn't be like, you know, you'd be able to do this, like, multiple times, I guess. But it's just an idea right now. one that might be, cool. Another thing I was thinking as far as that goes, bad place for a 10. It would be good to put some Meowsers up here, and maybe they'll, like, cause some dangerous situations. You know. There could even be multiple of them, like in, the end of 3D World. Or just one, and have it so, like, you jump over a big gap. 1 second. This is almost like the part of Tropical Freeze's one where you went over some spikes and then under some spikes. And also I'm curious if, like, if I put this guy here, if he will rain hellfire on, like, lower segments. Let's see how this feels. Let's see if it's, like, natural, like, jump, jump, jump. Jump, jump. Fall under, jump one more time over. I will say it is exciting to get over Bowser, but I feel like also you can just have one that's kind of a gimme, you know? Especially if I'm committed to having the car be the thing. Right? Okay, that'll do. Alas, the way that the car just kind of sucks. I mean, that kind of worked. It wasn't terribly exciting. And also, like, if you miss it, it just feels like absolute dog shit. It's because you can't, like, gain up speed. It's, kind of impossible to do the jumps. Like, starting from here, can you even... Kinda. I don't know, maybe. Maybe something like that. That's... better... That gameplay is better than nothing, but also it just feels so crappy. I feel like it'd be better off if you did just, like... Did, like, excuse me. If you just had you jump over it and then go under. That feels a lot more smooth, actually. Maybe even like multiple of those in a row. Maybe also, like, put a high ceiling over it. So that you can't actually, like, jump from the upper perch. Just to make it a little more... That's actually not bad. Hey, you know what? I just realized something that's cool. You bop off, Bowser's whilst you're in the car. That actually, low-key, might be a better idea for, like, a finale than, like, that shit. Instead, it's just, like, a bed of Bowsers. And, you know, maybe even you could see them earlier. And there's a segment where you're sort of, like, going through, like, some business earlier on. Well, these guys are, doing some crap. There we go. Try this on for size. Okay, so I bounced off that guy's head and then I hit his shell. That's a bit screwy. I guess Oh, that guy's embedded in the objects. In the spikes. I can fix that. Oh, right, you're only allowed 3. 3 Bowsers. All right. Give this a little more length. And then, put a ceiling over it so you can't... So you're always just falling right onto Bowser's head. And... that's kind of cool. That is kind of cool. Whoopsie daisy. Can there be like, there can be all sorts of things, but like a moving platform up here to make that one a little higher would maybe make it look a little cooler. This one was just like a little extra high sometimes, maybe, question mark. No, that's not as good. That's, makes it, very prone to not foolproof, less foolproof. Kinda cool. Kinda cool. Okay, noted. Got some kernel of idea for the last moments. It's kind of cooler to go over than to go under with that question. If I put like some gameplay down here, let's just put some crap here. If I put some gameplay down here, these guys are gonna come contest. These guys are gonna come board your platform and bombard you with crap and do the things that Meowser do. Okay. I mean, we could still pass the player under here, but have it be like a quick segment. You know, something where you're like kind of more on the run than anything. You know, and you're just trying to get by like, oh crap, Bowser's up there. I mean, actually, if you just run that fast, do they lose you? Do they need time to, like, to follow? Oh, there they come. Do need to design it with, like, plenty of paths and plenty of, like, ways to get over and around Bowser. If, this is to be the way, but I don't know. Food for thought. As far as other enemies go, what other enemies could be used? Well, there's the Porcupuffers, who are annoying. Chardvards. Ghosts are always good. Ooh, Magikoopas. I was saying Magikoopas might be cool. Magikoopas might be cool as, like, an enemy. One idea I have right now. Okay. What if when the, what if when you switch from on to off? What if when you switch to on to off, like, a bunch of Magikoopas appear, like they're out of a pipe or something? Like, it's some shit like this. I'm gonna save this as, I don't know. More. Go back to the first one. And let's go back to the first more work in progress, which happens to have the thing that might likely become the actual start of the level. Here's an option. Okay. So you see this part here. What if What if what if this has, like, on the ceiling a bunch of red blocks, right? And also, like, prevent these guys from respawning. Let's say it's like this, right? Let's say you retrace your steps fast enough for these guys not to respawn. Let's say a bunch of pipes, and they all spawn like a whole shit ton of Magic Koopas, such that it is less dangerous insofar as, you know, the spikes are off, but there's a whole bunch of fucking enemies causing some chaos. Would that be cool? Let's put this, we'll do it with the gimmick. Where's this crate? Okay. This back and move this guy to, like, here? Okay, sure. Now, in this case, I want the spiky version to be the first time through, and then the fucker switch this on and off. Whoops. Okay, so you get through this. And that likely takes you until those guys are, like, there. You pound on that. Then there's, like, a whole horde of those guys to contend with. And do those guys follow you, like, through a whole level? Like, how does that work? Let's see. Like, is this, like, a alarm situation where, like, suddenly there's, like, danger throughout the whole level? No, they have a range. They'll only come so far. Oh, no, hang on. Looks like they're a little flighty, but you sort of have to, like... Like, if you just run through, like, here, some will be pursuing you, but, like, not that many. I suppose, then, the key, then, would be to route the player in an interesting way, make them go up, and keep them within range. I'm gonna take a quick break. I gotta go to the bathroom real fast. Quick break. Come on, camera. Find me. I just realized a couple things. I just realized while I was on break that I think I forgot to change the game to Mario Maker 2. Also, the volume was a lot lower than it should be. Usually the Mario Maker volume is a lot higher. My bad. Could be good now. Let's keep rolling. One thing I want to try out here. Take this guy. Let's simplify this a bit. Okay. Make these guys small. Stuff you can deal with. Also add an additional platform. Like, additional platforms here. And here. And I want to see how it feels to have this with one Shardvard. feel like the Chardvard is really what gives it some difficulty here. Not really the bullies. Not really the, That said, do make it so that, those guys can't fall off that way. Make them a little more difficult to, dispatch, you know? It's gonna be nice when, there's a Mario Maker 3, and presumably you'll be able to use a mouse for it. The mouse thing for it. That sounds like a good idea. I for one am really looking forward to it. That'll be nice. I've super gotten used to using the gamepad to Mario Make, but like I won't need to do that for much longer. That's really not too bad. Really, it's not honestly that meaningful of a difference. Here's something that we were thinking about earlier, right? Having a survival platform. A survival situation. Or like, okay, here's what I'm thinking. Okay. A short survival segment where, like, let's say you have two clouds, right? One goes into some spikes, one comes out of some spikes. Let's say the spikes are, like, here, right under where they start. Then in the middle, there's a yellow one. And then, can I do blinking blocks? Have it so that you access this area through this blinking block. You sort of have to survive a second. It's kind of impossible as set up, huh? Very impossible, very impossible. This particular stuff. Even if you didn't have the Chardvards, would it be possible? Actually would be without the Chardvards. Very, very trivial, in fact. What about one Chardvard? Doable! Doable. Let's try two let's try that again. Maybe it depends on, like... That was the same movements. I assume Chardvards are like RNG, right? In that case, the Chardvard covered up everything, and there's no recourse. I mean, I'm doing it like this. This is perhaps the silly way to do it. A better way to do it would be like with a door, rather than a, you know, blocking the exit with blues, rather than, so you're like sealed in there for a second, whilst, the blinking blocks are blinking. Okay. Then again, you could probably jump in the time it takes for, Well, that's interesting. I think that it's, not quite ready for prime time, but... It does make an interesting idea to, like, have a little thing where the Chardvard... I feel like this Chardvard place is better. Using it for, like, a mini-boss encounter. But also, I think this is way overtuned. Way too difficult. Right. I'm not certain about the idea of, like, going up or to the side. Honestly, right now, I think I'm favoring to the side. But I definitely need to try that out at some point. To try to see how, like, a vertical version of this works. One last thing for tonight. You can see here that I have a first screen that I've already built already. And I think it's pretty cool. First screen I've already built, and it has some cool ideas in it already, right? Like you have, the bully. You have the, jumping on the bully. You have, potobos to avoid, to add a little bit more spice to it. And you have, some cases where a platform is making itself, and, there's some spikes that make it a little more complicated than just traversing it in its entirety, you know? This whole area is basically inaccessible due to these spikes. Honestly, maybe we don't even need to do on-off stuff. Maybe on-off stuff could just be not even a thing. On-off stuff has been done in a couple of the last levels, so, you know, jot that down. What I want to do is I want to build a second room, and I'm thinking for the second room, I want it to be relatively small. In fact, if I could have it be just a single screen width, I think that'd be, like, efficient. What I'm thinking is I would like a vertical room to be the second room in the level. A vertical room to be second room in the level. Let me see here. Where the hell is... Oh, here we are. Second room, vertical room, just a transitionary room to get you to the pipe. So, how would I do this? You know what I'm gonna say? I'm gonna say it doesn't have to be complicated. I'm gonna say... What if it's simple? It's just a room. It's a little bit cramped, honestly. And, bit of a cramped room. Cramped little thing. And it's just a wall that you jump off. A wall that you jump up. I already have 2 10 coins in the previous segment, so I don't need to do any of that business. Alright, have this be a room and put in a mushroom right here. Have it be a little bit of a challenge to get it. And maybe put in some potobos? Thinking some potobos as you're climbing up. That would introduce small potobos as a thing to dodge. Also further the like, spike, yellow spike gimmick theme, whatever. Right, maybe something like this, and, doesn't have to be complicated, doesn't have to be complex, doesn't have to be super elaborate, just has to be a bit of fun. These guys are gonna go right off the top, aren't they? They're not gonna come back at the, when they're done. I guess that's fine. Okay. Do this. Oh, hello. That ain't it. Right, you know what I'm noticing? I'm noticing that this is not a full room. This is a, if I wanted to do a full room length, it'd be later on. So then how would we do it? There's two things I can introduce here. One is a mechanic that I think I might have to kill. You can see here, what I have basically set up now is that these guys, if you were to spawn here, these guys will be walking at you, and they'll spring off these springs. That's a gimmick that I've had in many levels before, and I like it, but I don't know if there's room for it in this level. I don't know that it fits. I don't know that it's quite doing it. I suppose that could be a thing that happens when you do the on-off. Like, when you do the on-off, some, like, springs are released as well as enemies to like, spring off those springs, and then... Let's try it. Let's try a room where you do an on-off, and, you know, after traversing... Okay. And you know, I was messing around with the ants, but you know, the bullies also serve, like, great, like, temporary platforms over spikes. And also, you know, we can make this one better here. We can have it so that there's a dotted line block here. And these guys are literally killed when the, on-offs go on-off. Okay, let's set up something like this. I want to have it so that we're going downhill here. We'll have it so that there's some red blocks here, and that'll make like a jump pad type thing to boost some enemies over from there to there. Wait, it has to be blue. I'll say you could screw this up very easily by, like, you could screw this up by hitting the on-off twice, so it probably should be a one-time on-off. One activation only. Worth noting, worth noting. Okay. Now that's there. Put a spring up here. And this can be our red versus blue. When blue is activated, there's springs about, and enemies are springing from platform to platform. And when red is out, these bullies are doing their bully shit. I mean, I guess it could go the other way, right? Like, this could go the other way where the red is not spiky, but the blue is the spiky one. I don't know. I kind of like it the other way. Let's keep it this way. Let's keep it this way. Okay, drop that, and also go ahead and have a couple of these guys ready to drop. This one over here. Okay. Now then, move that down so there's room. And where's my guys? Where's my spike spiny assholes? Two will do for the first time. Any other things? Can we do some potobos somewhere? Now, with potobos, they're kind of just gonna fly up to the sky. And, unless they're coming out of a pipe, in which case they'll come out vertically. I mean, it could be still more pipe business rather than diagonal business. I feel like I haven't used diagonal... I don't know I've used diagonal potobos, so I think that if I could use some diagonal potobos and just make the player dodge them, normal style, I think that'd be key. Okay. Can I do a question mark block here? This would be a 1 with a spiny spike. Is there a better way to do this setup for like a one-time in 3D world? Maybe. Okay, so that goes in the direction Mario is? No, it goes to the right. Oh, every time. Okay, so just do like this. And put in one of these. And in fact, it could actually be like a whole bunch of them, like suddenly you're on a platform. Okay. Put that guy there so he bounces off this wall and comes back. Also put that guy like this guy like here. Same deal. Have this guy like coming from above. Make you do some dodging. Okay, let's see it.
Oh no!
Alright, let's see it. I forgot to put a mushroom in there. Whatever. It's fine for now. Okay, try again. These are a little far apart. A little far apart and also a little bit difficult, actually, isn't it? Make this guy big. I don't know. That's my idea right now. This guy big means this guy can't fit through these holes. And he'll be easier to platform upon. Okay. This isn't it, is it? Obviously not it. They walked the wrong way! Right, I forgot if you do it like that, there's like a 50-50 chance they'll go the wrong way. Right. Also, that's too low. On account of the, thing.
Oh no!
That feels a little fast for, like, when... Well, interesting theory. I feel like I might have to give up on the spring thing. The spring thing might be something I give up on. I don't know. I don't really know I have any answers yet, but... Okay. You know what? It's time to, at the very least, give up on springs for this individual bit. In fact, on-offs in general, not going to use them for a bit. Not going to use them for a second. Instead, what this segment should be is... I think this segment, okay. I want to route the player under some bullshit. Let's think about this. Smaller platforms. That's a thing that is good for a final level. Smaller platforms. Okay, that's probably ridiculous. Do some clouds. Then again, the last level has moving platforms. Do I really want to use that again? Track block. Let's have it so that you're dodging some guys on a quick track block. Whilst also, giving you a chance to grab a Parachute mushroom. Okay.
Oh no!
That came at me really too quickly. That's horrible. But let me try it again, see if I can... Still, not great. I like the idea of having to like dodge some lava bubbles. But I don't know. Some flying lava bubbles.
Oh no!
I don't know, it's really just making sense. Nah. I got nothing. I don't know. I feel like I've gotten some food for thought this stream, but also at a basic level, I don't have any idea like what the second screen is gonna be, and that taunts me. But the issue is, like, I already have some good ideas introduced, right? Like the exclamation point block, this bullshit, jumping either through this gap or above this gap into a very small, guy right there. That all is pretty cool. Also, the possibility of doing some yellow spike things in addition to some, like, just red spike things. There's some good building blocks, but it's just not there yet. And I'm not sure, like, where it goes from here. I don't know, like, how I get the player a mushroom. Do I have, like, a sequence where there's some smaller platforms, like in some of the final levels we saw? Do I try to, like, do a variety? I don't know, I'm just... I got some maker's block, I guess. I don't know. If it something like this, where there were like potobos coming up from a pit, and if you're fast, you can kind of like get around their whole deal. Like, let's just try that on for size. I kind of like the look of this, like, lava bubble train. Like, that is horrifying in a cool way. If this level was made out of smaller rooms, and... if it was made out of smaller rooms, and, like, each room, like, had a setup like that, I guess the other thing to note is that, like, you know, if the idea is still that you'll have your choice of power-ups, relying too heavily on stuff that, like, say, this Mario can deal with, but this one and this one and this one cannot. Little questionable. I mean, I guess five power-ups. I guess the thing that's worth noting is that the hammer is the lowest range one and has the least other perks. So I don't know. I'm still drawing a blank here, honestly. Still not entirely sure where I'm going with this. What have we learned? What have we learned? What have we drawn from other games? Small platforms, difficult. Jumping between spikes and tight spaces is good. A level that is a high degree of, like, is, like, covered in spikes is cool. It's a good way to, like, handle it. Fire is a winner. Fire is a winner. And, you know, I feel like other than that, I'm not really sure what else we could say that I didn't have in mind already. I think in some cases like this, it is more interesting to route the player through the same area twice. Maybe we could do some key shit. Maybe some, like, you get a key and then you come back. Maybe instead of on-offs, it's just keys. Maybe we don't need to use on-offs at all. And we can just have it so, like, oh, you have to go through a dangerous space and come back. And it's just like a series of smaller, bite-sized challenges, each of which is, like, daunting on its own. I feel like that's something I've taken away from some of these. Some of these just, like, a moment to breathe in between, like, holy Jesus, you know? Maybe you're in this room and you're like, holy wow. You grab a key right here, and then you're, coming back the other way, avoiding these guys the whole way, dealing with the bully, maybe using the bully to get up here and do some wall jumps and, you know, wall jumps around some spikes and some yellow business. Let's put some stuff up here for, like, you come here, you get a key. Oh, shit. It's kind of, bad to kill those guys. Better to let them pass. You weave your way through these fuckers. You get a key. You jump up, and then, bing, bang, boom, there you go. I'm leaning towards smaller rooms, actually, and that sort of, like, lines up. Smaller rooms, some of them might be mini-bosses, some of them might be, like, survival-type things. Like, something like this. I think that would make sense, actually. I think that would make sense. Sometimes you have to kill a big enemy to get a key. That would kind of go with, like, a boss rush type feel, a boss rush type thing. Even if these aren't, like, bosses, they're just, like, precarious circumstances. How many keys can I have? I mean, there's not really a good place to put a key here, other than where the 10 coin is. Which, you know... First one you get free. First one you get free, but... Okay, I think I have a direction. And the second room, I'll think about that later. Okay. That's, I'm satisfied with that for now. I think I have a direction. All right, let's wind down then. Folks, I think I have a direction for, like, the level. I have some ideas. I enjoyed playing all those final levels. That was fun. I think, though, it is time to end. Time to call it. It is, half hour after midnight. This might be one of the longer making streams I've ever done. Usually I feel like the making streams are supposed to be short, but usually if I'm looking for inspiration, it's like 3 levels, actually, in a lot of these cases, rather than like 10 or 20. I think it turned out in this case, didn't it? Like, there were quite a few levels that we tried to look at. Yeah. I'll say, I think I have a direction, and also I have some different ways we can take this. Like, this could be set up so that you have to... So that there's, like, multiple segments that you can do, and you can do any combination of 2 of 5 of them. Or it could just be, like, you know... Or it could just be, like, I kind of like the sound of that, actually. I think I'm going to look in that direction. I think I'm going to try in that direction. There will be a hammer segment. There will be a fire flower segment. Is that a good idea? Is that too close to Arsenal Antics? The earlier level in my super world, which was that, but for like, the other power-up in this game? I don't know. This is something that I need to sleep on. Also, it's worth noting, you wouldn't need to do all of them. You just need to do 2 of them, and then get past Bowser. But get past Meowser, as he's called in this game, in this one. I'm gonna pull up the schedule. Thanks, y'all, for joining me. I'll be back, not tomorrow, on Thursday, tomorrow's Thursday. I'll be back on Friday for the viewer levels proper. That'll be on Friday, 6 p.m. Central. There'll be some sort of variety stream next week, next Tuesday. I'm not sure quite what that'll be yet. I was thinking maybe Me-Side? Thinking maybe picking up that horror game that people were talking about a month ago and, like, playing it. I don't know. Would that be fun? That's the idea I have right now. I'll look over my list of options by Friday and have a more definitive, like, plan in place by the Friday stream, I think. Let me see who's online, who I can send you to. Oh, Referee Clark is doing Astrobot first playthrough. Astrobot, if we were including more like 3D platformers in the list of games to draw inspiration from, Astrobot would have been one of them. I'm gonna send you over there. Astrobot is phenomenal. I'm going to pull it up on my own end so that I can follow up on the raid. And then, yeah, turn down my volume so it doesn't capture on the thing. Perfect. Okay, lovely. All right, folks, I'll see you on Friday for viewer levels, and then I'll have something else for you next week, next Tuesday. I don't know what. I'm gonna try to work more on my next level while I'm, like, got nothing else to do. There's kind of no games right now, so now that I'm done with Donkey Kong Country Returns HD, I think I'm going to be able to, like, spend some time and really make whilst, like, watching some House MD or something. I've been watching House MD the last week. First time. Never seen it before. Pretty good as a podcast game. Might help with the Mario making. I'll see you day after tomorrow on Friday for viewer levels. Bye, folks. Let me just... Not actually ready to stop. Here we go. Okay. Bye, folks. See you on Friday, 6 p.m. Central, as usual. Bye.